The following program deals with a controversial
subject.
The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation.
The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information.
the top talents in the comic book business are here to tell everything they know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Tuesday night, episode 50 of the Industry of Comics show here on Beyond Wednesdays. It's an interesting episode, a really big weekend for comics. I think when we needed it, right? We really needed this, some positivity in the industry of comics lately, with the Diamond bankruptcy, which we're going to get into a little bit tonight. I imagine it's going to be on the list of things to talk about for a long time, you guys. But we do have Megacon 2025. I am here with, of course, Jesse Cristione from Jesse James Comics, Dennis Barger from Wonderworld Comics, and Emmett. Emmett, what is your last name, brother?
Garnham.
Emmett Garnham from Haven for Heroes Comics.
Thank you.
I like to throw the last names out there every once in a while because Jesse, everybody thinks Jesse is Jesse James. Dennis, everybody thinks Dennis Barger is Dennis Barger. So we got to give you guys some love on.
So you're saying I properly branded my real name?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Do not look. Don't look me up.
I got a stupid. I'll tell this long story really short. I always search my name to see how many other Dennis Bargers there are and to see who's talking about me. And this other guy lived in my town and was named Dennis Barger. He looked about 20 years older than me. So I went ahead and added him as a friend. And then I would tease, like, hey, other Dennis Barger, happy birthday. And he'd be like, oh, hey, other Dennis Barger, happy birthday. One year, I sat there and I wished him a happy birthday. And I get this message, ping, like 5 seconds afterwards. And it's like, George Barger. And it's like, are you the Dennis Barger that sells toys? I'm like, yeah. And comic books? Yeah. My father ran out on me and my whole family 40 years ago. And when the internet was invented 20 years ago, all I've done is search for my father's name. And all I have found for 20 years are comments about you. And then this year, I finally found my real father on Facebook. And on his birthday, before I got to wish him a happy birthday, the son of a bitch who I've been finding for 20 years already knew my father.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Brand your name and be the number one person that comes up when your name is searched.
Yeah.
Yeah. The first day I opened up the store, a guy came in, he's looking around at and goes, oh, very nice store. Where's Jesse James? I'm like, oh, I'm right here. And he goes, no, Jesse James. And I go, well, no, I am Jesse James. He goes, well, no, you're not. And why isn't there any motorcycles in your store?
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Jesse that was
lost
funny.
that
I'm
one.
like, dude, you got the wrong Jesse James there. The cool thing about this show, folks, just real fast, Brian, before you start, Dennis thought we were already live in the green room. So he's going on. I'm like, man, he's excited in this green room conversation. And then he finally stops and he's like, are we live? And we're like, no. So he's all ready to go.
Even when I don't know we're live, I'm always on like we're fucking live.
I love it. I love it. Big weekend this weekend. Megacon, I think, really solidified itself as that number 3 con, in the top 3 of cons every year, especially this year. Only one of the 4 of us were there, but I have been told by so many people how great it was. Everybody made money that I talked to. Everybody did well. Sold a lot of sellouts. I was on the show with Cover Price, Matt and John, last night on their Cover Price show, talking about the Megacon variants. 491 total variants so far on the Cover Price list. The vast majority of them sold. The price points were pretty good for a lot of them. Every once in a while you see a couple where they're $40-$50 a piece, but the price points for most of them were really good. Even some of the publishers who I don't usually think of having great stuff for my taste had really great covers that I would have bought. You know what I mean?
Can I correct you there for a second, Brian?
Yeah.
You're wrong, because there was only one publisher that was actually there. All the rest of them were publishers making variants for other people.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
No, I understand. I just wanted to make sure we have a clear distinction.
Yes.
The number 3 event in comics now, and only one publisher showed up, and it's a very small size publisher.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the real story here.
They're so
not even showing up
disconnected.
to San Diego or New York. So
They're so disconnected, man. They are so disconnected. And listen, you guys, I have a feeling over the next couple of weeks, the topic of the disconnection that we've been talking about a lot of times on this channel, this show.
50 episodes.
The disconnection between the collector and the publishers the big publishers is vast. It is just so vast. And I never wanted to admit it. And now it's clear as day to me. And I think that's going to be a big thing, so.
It's very brave of you to say, Jesse and Dennis, you've been right all along.
Yes,
we appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the truth. You guys were some of the people there. A lot of the people that I really trust in the industry have told me over the years, that a lot of these guys really don't know what they're doing.
Well, at one point back 2011, 2012, myself and Gary Reed, representing my show, Detroit Fanfare, we sat down with Mike Richardson at his Dark Horse booth at San Diego Comic Con. And after we spieled him on the whys and hows and what we could do to get him there, just as a presence, Dark Horse as a presence, we wanted to have, because this was a lot of the Detroit retailers helped put this show on. So we thought of it as the Detroit comic community's comic event, not just a media show or anything like that. And Mike, very cordial guy. Love him. The tallest guy in comics next to Silvestri. I think the two of them are pretty right there next to each other. He went down and explained all of the reasons why they spend $100,000 on the Dark Horse booth at San Diego Comic-Con every year. And how even a $10,000 appearance at our little Detroit show wasn't worth their time, but that they would spend a minimum. This was just to have the booth on the floor, booth design, walls, Teamsters putting it up, carpet, tables, just to have that booth is $100,000. Then they got to fly in this guy and that guy and this person and that person. Hotels, food, everything. Probably $250,000 all told. But they wouldn't spend $5,000 to come out and represent a show put on by 10 Detroit area retailers. And that I knew then that at the beginning of that was when I knew that the comic industry is fucked.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of like looking at a store on the Las Vegas Strip. Most of those stores are there for branding and marketing. And my buddy has 3 stores on the Strip. And guess what? Where he makes his money on the stores in LA, because they walk by and they say, "Oh, Tacos Mexico, that was on the Strip," and it's local to them. And so there is a cost. And when you're looking at branding and marketing, I always tell people, if you want to know how successful your con is, let me know how many sales you get on Monday from people who saw you at the con. Go to your webpage or go to your live stream show. That's being successful. You tell me you had a great weekend, but you're not doing anything on Monday, Tuesday. Well, we'll say Tuesday because Monday is travel day. On Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then I don't know how successful that is.
Right.
But I will tell you, Megacon as a whole is its own beast. And the way that it's run, which isn't artificially like New York Comic Con and New York and San Diego Con, makes it unique. I think the obviously the only publisher that was there was Zenoscope, and they actually left on Sunday because they're all from Philadelphia. right? So they had one young guy running.
What about
their
Tidal
booth.
Wave? Tidal Wave was there, right?
Was Tidal Wave? I didn't see Tidal Wave's booth. So if they were, we only walked the floor 9 times, so they'll have to work on their visibility. But owl space, 15 feet wide. Everybody at their booth, standing, excited, energetic. What I think is great about this book is
This con.
This con. What's great about this con is I think there was a request to keep your variance below $20, because the people that I went to their booths who are traditionally 25, 30, 40, 50 were all between 15 and 20.
But Jesse, didn't they have $40 variants at the Fan Expo booths?
No, the only thing that was 40 was foils and the McFarlane. Everything else was 15 or 15.
No, I understand, but I would probably say that it's more of a reflex that if the convention is putting on $40 variants for their high end, if you are a retailer, wouldn't you need to come in a little lower to compete?
Oh yeah,
that's what I don't think there was a hard and fast anti-capitalist rule of your variant must be 20 or 25. I think it was probably a reflex that, look, they're going to get $40 for this Booyah variant that they get to sell to the customers before they let them in the door to see my stuff. I better be 25 when they come through the door, or they're not even going to look at me.
Yeah, and that could be, but the notion is everybody did it. So when you're walking and you can get $5 back on your $20 at a convention for a con exclusive, that's great things. The one thing that I loved about Megacon is very smart but tricky, and this is how they're smart and tricky. Hold on one second. So every book,
I showed up late, but he has all the shit like off screen, not ready to go.
So they'll have like this book, right? Nowhere on this does it say Megacon.
Right.
But when you turn it around, it says Fan Expo.
Oh, they use the sticker.
Well,
Yeah,
I
they
know
use
why.
the sticker. If you take it off, if you take that sticker off, it literally will rip in half. You can't just smoothly take it off like a DF sticker.
Because they're selling the website, man. That's where you can go buy all these exclusives. I mean, look, they're all available on their site right now.
Yeah. On top of it, they take them to the next con because they have 36 conventions, right? Fan Expo has 36. So everything is technically a Fan Expo con.
Here's the question, though, Jesse. Are they numbered?
No, they are not numbered. Nothing is legacy, nothing.
Right. And here's the biggest problem. I saw a post on Wednesday or Thursday when the con opened. Hey, weren't these supposed to have sold out 2 years ago? The Batman 423 foil
detective, the McFarlane detective. Shout out to Phil Lee. I think Phil Lee was the one that.
I think it was Phil. Yeah. And Phil posts that, and I'm like, oh my God, a warehouse find? Go figure. Yeah, there it is right there.
Yeah.
And that was supposed to have sold out 2 years ago. They wouldn't sell it to me at Megacon 2 years ago because they were sold out. Then I go to Texas 2 weeks later, and guess what? They got as many as you want there.
Yeah.
And now, 2 years later, they got another warehouse find of them. Is it a warehouse find, or did they put it back into press? Well, who knows?
Yeah, I think at the end of it
worries me.
Yeah, go ahead, Emmett.
That's what always worries me is that it's like those Invincibles that were on Whatnot. It's like they just kept, there was only 100 of them, but every day they were up and selling and selling. Oh, we found a few more, but like 10 different sellers had them.
Ninja Funk.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh,
yeah. A lot of those, but that's what scares me in that market completely, especially at cons,
Right. So I think that's a tricky question, right? So when I used to sell Jordans, no one cared about how many size 10.5s were made, just if you had one, right? So we go over to the comic book industry, and trust me, Jordans are, well, I don't have to explain Jordans here. When you get to comic books, all of a sudden we care about that number Because why? Because the flippers, the people that are reselling them, want to know that number. The casual fan has no idea. I will tell you, on that table, they had those Batmans every single day until Sunday. Sunday, they finally capped
And
out.
I have no idea. I didn't go to any fan expos last year.
Yeah.
But they could have been on every table last year too. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the point is that book is dead to me because it's literally had 3 years, over 50 to 60 conventions. To me, as much as their branding is awesome to you, Jesse, I almost think that they're labeling something, hey, we're going to produce as much of this as you want, and we're going to sell it, and it's never going to go up in value except for to some suckers that you can get on Monday morning. And I don't want to touch a product like that.
But you got to look at the price. If you go look at the prices, trust me, they're more than what people bought them for.
No, I understand that. I understand that, Jesse. But if I put my name, the Dennis Barger name, and I say, I bought this rare collectible and I'm selling this rare collectible to you, and it's sold out at Megacon, and then in 2 weeks is Texas, and all of a sudden everyone has them on Texas, or like Brian said, it's on their website. I look like the scammer, not the person I bought it from.
Exactly.
That's why you need to reword how you say it.
I don't want to reword it. I want to actually sell
why
something
don't
that's rare.
you want to reword?
Jesse, I want to sell something that's actually rare.
It's very simple. You made a statement, right? You just made a statement because you wanted to sell it at a higher price. But the typical salesperson,
I said I don't want to do that.
What I'm saying is you don't want to do it, but the typical salesperson might not hype that up. You know, hype sells books. So in this case, in this specific case, you have to be careful because now you know. If you went to the next con, obviously Dennis isn't going to come out and say, oh my gosh, this is very hard to get, because now he knows. But we're not used to this. And that's why Dennis has said it, because this never happened until this situation, really. Well, except for the whatnot thing.
Here's
show
the
them the
thing,
thing that
though.
we were talking about.
There was also a ton of variants at the con, which were numbered or were low print run, or So here's listen. Doom Space Marine made a great comment. He said, "Why can't people both be fans and flippers? They 100% can, and don't let anybody ever tell you that they can't."
Yeah.
So there was some variants to pick up at that con that were very rare. 500 or less copies, and known from a credible seller, credible sources that have never come out and had, warehouse finds or any buddy making rumors about there's a ton of them out there. There was some really good stuff. And people are starting to become smart about all that, right? So it's very interesting, to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Hutchison joins us from Big Dog Inc. How you doing, Tom?
What's up, guys?
What's going on, brother? Talking Megacon.
Yeah, I've been listening.
Tom's the perfect person to have on for the point that I want to make here. Tom made me one of the greatest variants that I ever made. We had the Wicked West, Legends of Oz, Natalie Saunders. I said, hey, can you make 300 of these that I can give away at my show to everyone who bought a booth as a thank you gift? Actually, I can't remember if I said the number or you said, hey, I can make you 300.
You asked for that, and I said, yeah, we can make that happen.
Yeah, and I think we had about 200 to 225 people that we had to give them a gift, and I wanted to give that book as a gift. Mm-hmm. And you made those. We gave all of those away. And then I had no idea. I didn't pay attention. And then all of a sudden, 10 years later, this book is like a $500 book. Because every single one was given to every person at the convention that bought a booth or presented at our show. If you put on a panel or something like that, we gave you a thank you gift. I had like 50 of these sitting in a box 10 years later when it's a $500 book. It's legitimately rare. It's numbered on the back. It's not individually numbered, but it says limited to 300. And Tom's name is gold when it comes to that. That's a $500 book. And then I had her sign, I think 20 or 30 of them, and I had them 9.8 from CGC back when I used to actually use CGC.
Yeah, that's part of why it went crazy, is because Natalie blew up. We had her when she was, at the beginning of who Natalie is, and
no, absolutely,
a lot of her stuff just went crazy. So you were in the right place at the right time, and
Well, no, but what I'm saying is you don't just blow those out. You don't just or you don't overinflate them.
They don't blow them out. Yeah, there's no reason to. There's nothing wrong with blowing them out, right?
I think so.
Well, it depends. It depends. One of the things that I've always told people is the term "sold out" has value to you, even if you haven't grabbed every possible dime out of that, whatever that print run is. Let's say you made 100 copies. If you sold them for $20, you made this. If you sold them for $40, you made that. The point is if it's gone and out of your hands completely, you can say it's sold out.
Yeah,
that has a marketing value.
Oh yeah.
So that you can literally say, I have none of these, guys. And if you want them, you got to go find it on eBay or trade with your friends or whatever.
It gets value to them because they don't think that you're sitting on. And even if you are sitting on, it doesn't mean, but that also has a negative value. If they think that somebody's sitting on a stack of them, so I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But let's be honest, it has a negative value. So when they think that they're all out there in the wild, and the only way to get them is from people putting them up for resale, I think that adds a ton of mystique and cool stuff to your brand, especially if it's 500 or less. That's huge.
But Brian, you just proved my point about the Fan Expo Batman 423. There's no expectation.
I agree with you on Batman 423. That's a joke.
Rare.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a warehouse find should be like, we found 10 copies, guys. That's it. We found 10 copies. Not like we have stacks of them available again 2 years later.
Yeah. I don't trust the big guys, Fan Expo Canada,
they're all the same company.
Canada, Fan Expo, putting all these variants out and then immediately having them on their website says a lot about they're just trying to. They shouldn't have a ton of secondary value 5 years down the line. Now, immediately following the show, I understand secondary value. There's always something about FOMO, and people just want to get one, and they don't know that that's out there. So I don't mind that happening. But 5 years down the line, that shouldn't hold as much value as something that's only 300 copies. They sold them all out at the show, and that happened multiple times at Megacon this year, which was amazing, which makes me think that for the majority of people who are working the exclusive variant game, they're starting to realize that it doesn't it's not smart for them to go to and create 3,000 copies and have a chance that you're going to sit on half of them. And then the fuckery that's happening, shout out to Mighty Mel V and Drunken Chat, when there's fuckery afoot, it puts a bad stench in your camp. And that stench takes a long time to dissipate. And I think people are starting to realize that in a big way.
The sad thing is that puts the stench in the whole thing.
Yes.
Right. If this guy's cheating, isn't everybody?
Acetate.
So, I mean, it hurts the whole, look, the whole collector market is an ecosystem that has to be tended by someone, and not one, but like a group.
But let me show you guys something here that was amazing. Shout out to Cover Price. They do such a great job over at the website. Shout out to Matt and John. They do a list every year. Let me see if I can find it. They do a Megacon list every year where they just have all the Megacon books. Let me see if I can find this. And there was a couple books on there that I still to this day, I don't think anybody's talking about. Let me do this real quick. Megacon.
Yeah, while he's looking for that, I think one of the big things that has changed is when I go to publishers, most publishers ask me a simple question now. How many copies do you want, Mick? They don't say, well, you got to do a minimum of 1,000 or a minimum of 500. And that has changed the game as well. Tom, how does that work with you? I don't know how you've evolved.
That's what we've always done. I mean, we've always tried to have a minimum. Back in the day when we did a lot of these, we had a minimum, I think, of like usually like 100 or 200 or something like that. And generally the retailer would like split it in half. They'll be like, okay, we'll do 100, but we'll do 100 regulars and like 100, virgin covers or whatever, just to have a variation in the print run. But yeah, we were one of the first ones to do low print runs though. But usually when you went to a publisher, they'd be like, yeah, like 1,000, 1,500, you got to do at least that to have us worry about it. But that was because all of those guys were sending those numbers through Diamond to get their Diamond numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
For us, it was just an additional thing. We had whatever we sent to Diamond, and then we made variants for whoever wanted variants.
So it's funny you say that, the limited print run. Here is you go, Cover Price is great. They have a list of all the Megacon variants that they know about so far. They're able to aggregate raw sales from eBay, and these are the books that are selling for the highest value. If you look at them, right, a $100 buy-in selling for $222, limited to 50. I don't know what the buy-in on this was. I think he said it was like $30. A $30 buy-in, $184 on the secondary market, limited to 100. I don't know what the buy-in on this one was. Limited to 200, 150, 175. Limited to 200, 150, 140. Limited to 50, 130, 125. So they're all the limited. I don't see anything over. The only one that's crazy is this 777. And it was a $60 buy-in for the trade and virgin set, and just the virgin is selling for $100. So there is money to be made, and it seems like, other than a few outliers like the Spawn one, which is the Brett Booth Spawn sketch. I mean, these books are selling. This is the Tidal Wave one. I mean, that's a great cover. So there are some really good variants that are being created and being marketed by people in a good way, and I think that's a positive.
Sure. Isn't that the Marvel card?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's a remake of the Marvel card.
It's an
actually.
homage of the Foom cover, which they made a Marvel card. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's excellent, man. That is just really good. Foil looks good. So, I hope that trend continues. I don't know if it will, but I think that, people are tightening their purse strings. They don't want to, put a bunch of money out there that they, are going to lose out on. So they're a little bit smarter on these things. And
well, keep in mind, if you go to a comic book store every Wednesday to pick up your new issues, that's just part of your life. It's what you do every week. It's systematic.
Creature of habit.
Yep, creature of habit. When you save up for Megacon and you go in and you have a little bit more money and you go in, now you're going to treat yourself, because you're not going to the comic book store every Wednesday. You're going to treat yourself. So when you see something, because you might, like someone was saying, $4 for a book, that's crazy at the comic book store, right? But at the convention where you're around hype, and people are grabbing books and they're doing XYZ, and you want to spend that $30, that $30 is a great experience buy.
Yes.
So
and the other thing is,
did marketing.
Hold on real quick, Dennis. I just want to hit this one point. The other thing is that there is still the hunt, and the hunt is the fun part, right? There are books out there that nobody's talking about right now from this con that I think that could be still the book of the con. And a perfect example of that is this book right now, right here. Did you see this at all in the con floor, Jesse?
Nope.
Did not see it. Shout out to Rabbit Comics. What a pickup this is. This is a book called Fangers out of Bad Bug Media. This is Suspiria. They got Suspiria to do a cover for them, or this cover was already made for them. They chose it. I don't know, but Suspiria is one of the artists that I think is 2025 is she's gonna blow up in 2025.
Is that the Ukrainian girl?
No, that's Sveta Shabina. Suspiria, I don't know if she's Ukrainian. She might be, but I think you're talking about Sveta. But this is gorgeous, and this is the type of stuff I'm talking about that I feel like is a fun part of the con, and there's multiple books like this at the con. And these were, $40 for a limited to 20 foil. They did a metal limited to 10 for 80 and a regular limited to 60 for $20. So you could have bought a regular book with a killer cover limited to 60 for $20. That's a great buy-in.
That's a great buy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Michael's had a Do You Poo Megacon exclusive for $15.
I got one.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did. The rarest one of the con, right?
Yeah.
So-
and it's numbered like 14 of 25. My copy was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Big Clutch and the Drew You Poo. So, I mean, that's the fun stuff. And I think it's happening. And there was 490 variants, which is amazing. There we go. Look at this. This thing's gorgeous. Shout out to Drew at Wanted Comics.
It didn't
That's
capture his eyes, I don't think.
No.
But that's a fun thing. And you were talking about marketing, Dennis. Like, that's a marketing thing. When you can listen, I think that when it comes to the variant game, there's a sweet spot price point, and that price point is $15 to $20. Right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. So I was going to go in a different direction, and I'll still come back around to that. But it's also this industry's fault that I don't know who Suspiria, whatever.
Spyra.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know who Rabbit Comics is. Let's get them on the show. Let's talk
Yes.
about them more. When
Yes.
somebody does good in this industry, that's when you give them the spotlight. It took, I was listening to Mark Spears on Swag's show, and he was talking about how hard it was to get to here to where he wanted to be and where he is now, that 6-month road. And now he's on everywhere.
Yeah.
But if we respect, oh my God, yeah, tons of great stuff. If we love and respect these guys, let's get them on the show. Let's put the spotlight on them.
Yeah.
Let's ask them what they're doing.
Yeah.
But what I was getting into, a Wild Things. Did he do a Wild Things?
This is
piece of art?
this is she. This is Suspiria. This is her.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
I just sold a VHS copy of Wild Things yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, she is just. I mean, look at this stuff.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
So what I was getting at with the marketing. So I actually did I did 3 years in a row. We have a big show in Detroit. I'm currently banned from that show. I know, go figure. And I wanted to know how much money my store lost the 2 to 4 weeks before a convention and the 2 to 4 weeks after the convention. And it was almost dead on, because the customers of my store are clearly going to go to the big event in your town. And I'm sure Jesse and Emmett both have, kind of an inkling of this.
Sure. Yeah.
I was down 10 to 20% each of the 2 weeks prior to every event. And I was down 20 to 30% the 2 to 3 weeks after the event. By week 4, I would come back up to where I was supposed to be on week 4. But that's a huge hit. And I basically was using this as should I even do the show? I'm going to lose the money to the show. And at the beginning, I was like, well, I guess I have to do the show so that I can make up the money that I'm losing because of the show. And then I just basically was like, no, fuck it. You're just going to have to lose that money or do something to make up for that money. And we would up our Yu-Gi-Oh events and our Magic events during that period of time to make up for what we knew we were going to lose from the comic events.
Yeah. Well, I think that a lot of people made a lot of money at this con.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And not just the people who were set up at the tables. I know, Jesse, you did really well, going to the con and having live sales immediately after. That's stuff you picked up.
It's from Thursday till Monday, we sold about 450 Megacon eccentric product, whether it be exclusive or just common books. We did buy out a table, right? We just walked up and bought the whole table. And so we made money just on basic stuff. But yeah, but the thing is, you have a timestamp on that.
Yes.
So it's now Tuesday. Wednesday, if I have anything left for Megacon, it needs to get out of Dodge.
Yep.
Because you got the next con coming up. We just got our exclusive or our big buy from Diamond. So there is a timestamp on a lot of this stuff. Who's looking up Megacon, right? Versus who's looking up Batman Foil 423. That's the difference when you get into the live streaming, the eBay e-commerce world, is those key words. And I think that's very important. It's like Tom, when I first met Tom, he kept on saying Big Dog Inc., Big Dog Inc. I'm like, you got to say something like BDI or something, right?
It's the same amount of syllables, Jesse.
Yeah, exactly. And
Doesn't matter.
It's easier.
Yeah. All right. So you talked about how great the con looked, being there, how it was ran, was excellent. Is there anything else that really stood out to you, Jesse?
You know, what stood out to me the most is I've been going to cons since 1982. And even as a kid, it always came down to, where am I going to eat? And what happens? You go to a con, you wait in freaking line for an hour to pay 3 times more for your food. And guess what? You have no place to sit.
Yeah.
No joke. They had at least 1,500 tables to eat at. They had 60 different vendors to order from. And the great thing was, it was the same price if you went to Papa John's, the same price at the con. So they didn't raise the dollars. The sodas were $4. I mean, yeah, that's still a little bit high, but it's better than $6 to $7. And that really stood out to me. Now, a couple of things, if you're looking at marketing side, maybe they didn't sell enough booths. So they do have all that space. But the notion is, it's reality. And the reality is, it was, if you want to get to go see actors, it is very easy to get to, very well managed.
Jesse, did they move that back wall back to the exterior wall? Remember they used to have that corridor?
Yeah. No, so it's vertical now. So
okay.
It was this way, now it's this way, and they would expand east to west instead of north to south. So they did have a lot of space. Now that might be, again, by design. We want to give you a lot of space. But that stood out tremendously for me. I think the other thing that stood out was there was a lot of like AT&T there. There were a lot of non-collectible brands there that had huge booths that were promoting their new phone or their new computer game. The one thing that I saw less of, which I think is great, is we saw less mystery box booths. Those always drive me crazy. So there was less of that. Now, I didn't see them. I think they had Aha there singing, because I heard that freaking song 90 times in 4 days, and it sounded like them, and I never made it to the stages. But that was really about it. I will tell you, parking was extremely difficult the first day because I didn't know where to go. Once I figured out where the bus lines were, it was extremely, extremely easy. They ran nonstop. A lot of points of entrance. That was very cool. It was very kid-friendly. But I think the biggest thing is tradition. When you walk the floor and you're talking to people, you get a 50-50, right? This con is great. This con is slow. This con is great. This con is slow. It was 100% across the board. Everybody was happy.
Yeah.
And you can tell the difference between someone faking happiness at a con and someone who's happy.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out to our boy Phil Lee, another great retailer. He took time off this con. He went just to go enjoy it. pick up some books. He bought a X-Men #1 this year, which was, it's always Phil Lee's always making these great buys. But here is what he said about the con after day one. Let's go ahead and listen to him.
Actually are not too bad. So here's the deal with Megacon. So the prices actually are not too bad. A lot of vendors were actually priced pretty fairly. Some were up on the key books. Obviously, you're going to see that at big shows. The problem was, like, the Wi-Fi really sucked. There was no connection. So, there's a lot of distrust of vendor prices, right? And there's no, way to find out if the prices are actually correct. You know what I mean? I can't check GPA. I can't, check eBay sold, because the Wi-Fi really sucks. So a lot of vendors have actually been really helpful. Maybe you can do this too. Some vendors actually purchase the Wi-Fi package so they can run credit cards. So they have no problem checking GPA or even eBay too. So yeah, they want to make a sale too. So just a little helpful tip for you all out there.
Pretty interesting point.
Yeah, and that's kind of that's Dennis, you can go first, because I'm going to say.
I'm going to beat you to it, because I love Phil. Phil's a good friend. Phil, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Those vendors paid $1,500 for that booth and probably $500 for that Wi-Fi. You can pay 10% over GPA. If you like the book, buy the book. Shut the fuck up about needing Wi-Fi to check GPA, Phil.
All right, let's give him a day two run through. Here we go.
All right, guys. Last day of Megacon here for us. Little Chewbacca in the background here, but yeah, Megacon was great. Great show. I think it's like an expert level show. You know what I mean? You got to know your prices. You got to know what you're looking for. You got to be well versed in comics. But I think a lot of people did really well. From modern to vintage, everyone did really well. And I'm enjoying the last day here. We're in, Disney, and we're checking out the Galaxy Edge for Star Wars. But yeah, super stoked. And yeah, I highly recommend Megacon. Like I said, I think it's like an advanced level show. You gotta know what you want. And if you know what you want, be well versed on the prices, so you know that you're gonna get a good deal.
And he did really well.
All right, guys. Here is the haul for Megacon.
Unfortunately, go ahead. So that's Waybot.
Yeah, you can talk. I'm just gonna play it while.
Yeah. So I think if you're saying up at a con, you kind of know that's FUBAR there. Tom knows this. Dennis knows this. Emmett knows this. Brian, you haven't actually set up at a con, but there are packages for this when you're getting your Wi-Fi. It's one of the first questions you ask. If you're live streaming, you that's probably your pre-question before your first question.
Ooh, I don't know if he knows he bought the third prints on those.
Yeah, he bought both of them too. 298s.
Yeah,
on that.
But no, those are the third printings.
Yeah. 298s he bought of them though.
Yeah, no, I've got boxes full of the 3-pack.
How about if the con promoters realized that people paying to be in their fucking show shouldn't be paying for fucking Wi-Fi?
Amen.
Run a credit card at their booth.
Amen.
Man.
Yeah, and some of those are in the packages. But
if I'm paying $1,500 to be at your show, the Wi-Fi should work.
They don't. So Jesse's put on a show. I've put on a show. Yeah. I don't know if Emmett has or not.
Not yet, next year.
Okay, so here's some tips for you, Emmett.
Yeah.
Most conventions segue out every single thing in the show. So Wi-Fi is handled by a tech company that pays the convention center to have exclusivity on the tech. If you're there, you're their captive bitch, period. The convention organizer has nothing to do with that, unfortunately. Yeah. If you want to have a landline phone line put in, there's another tech company that does that. If you want to have a TV and a VCR in your panel room, you got to pay another tech company for that. You know, everything is segmented out. The people who put the tables up are different from the people who put the pipe and drape on. It's a racket, to say the least.
Yeah, so it is a challenge, and I get his point. I would think someone as seasoned as him probably wouldn't need to look up every single book they would want to buy. And again, you're in negotiation world here, right? You should be negotiating everything down to a price that you want to pay and not what someone else is averagely paying. So I would think there. But again, that's every con, right? That's every con across the nation, whether it be a small con, a medium con. You know, Tom does a theme con once a year. All set up in a way where if you want to be successful, you got to look at all the packages out there that are available to you. And that's how you kind of do it.
Yeah. Amen.
Yep.
All right. That is MegaCon. I'm sure we'll.
Brian, I sent you pictures of the food court.
And actually, I watched your Saturday show, guys. Oh, I was listening to it while I was at the casino. So let me. You guys actually were talking about something in the show about.
So that's the food court. That's the food court, and it goes all the way to the very back.
That's unsold space, definitely.
Yep.
It's definitely unsold space.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let me give you a little history about Megacon, actually, guys. Megacon was founded by a friend of mine, Beth Wydera, whose husband owned CrossGen Comics. And they wanted to have a convention in Orlando, which is where CrossGen Comics was based. And they were making boatloads of money. They had investors and they had tons of money and yada, yada, yada. And they said, let's start a convention to promote our brand. And we'll be, when you walk into, at that time, Wizard World Chicago, the first booth was Marvel and the second booth was DC. And after that was Image and Silvestri's company, Top Cow. Everybody had a giant booth. And the new guys in town, CrossGen, were going to be 50 aisles back and 10 rows over, if you remember back in the old days. And San Diego, you couldn't even get a booth when they, at that time. So they started it as a promotional tool for CrossGen, but they kept it separated smartly. And Beth Wydera ran that convention for a good long years. I went down there and took clients there for 5 years. They were fabulous to work with. Great convention all the time I was there. They sold to Fan Expo. Actually, I can't remember if it was if they sold pre-corporate buyout or post-corporate buyout, but it was right around that time. And that show has now evolved into what it is, but it's so far away from that comic convention, vibe that everybody wanted. And I've heard for the last 10 years, oh, it's an anime con now. Comics don't sell. That's all I've heard. Tom, I'm sure you're nodding your head. You heard the exact
Well, I've been there.
Right.
And that's part of the reason why we haven't been back is because when we went in the early years of Big Dog Inc., it wasn't that we had a bad time, but it was definitely getting this vibe of just kids in anime costumes just running around the floor. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I don't see this is going in the right direction for us, what we do. A lot of the folks that I know that did well, and this is sort of one of the changes that I've heard of Megacon over the years, past few years anyway, has been Artist Alley. Because a lot of the guys that I know are just in Artist Alley. They don't have like publisher booths or anything. They're just, let's fill up Artist Alley. And those guys are always coming out there going, this was a freaking great show. I love the show all the time. So it seems like in that particular place, the comics are hot and heavy in the Artist Alley zone.
Yeah.
Well, I think what happened was, and this is what I was theorizing from listening to your show and the people talking about it, Saturday night. I think it had to expand out as comics. And then as the comics kind of shrunk and the anime kind of expanded, it forced the show to expand to keep comics in and to keep the artists in, which now has created this bigger umbrella for everything pop culture. And like I said, I was there 2 years ago, first time I'd been back in 15, 20 years.
Right.
And I could definitely see how it evolved. I saw the hints and the inklings, but as Tom said, the Artist Alley might be one of the smartest artist alleys in comics right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And keep in mind, Scott's Comics had 25 tables of their creators. Clan McDonald had 10 rows or 10 tables for his artists. So Renee, I can't remember her name.
Whitaker.
Whitaker. She had 5 tables. So you did have your group positioning that was done very, very well. And those people obviously brought in great creators. There wasn't no C creators in those areas. But the one thing that I noticed at this con, 80s and 90s creators ruled the world this time. There were some modern creators, very few, but it was the 80s and 90s creators. I think every creator that's done a cover for Tom was there. And that's, a lot of people. And, whether it be Bill McKay or Mike DeBalfo, Marissa Pope, Marissa Pope is more modern, but you saw all those people there. And then you had Lobos, who was, way in a corner, but it was good for him to be in that corner. So I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, it was pretty stellar as far as seasoned creators there. And all of that. And the one thing that I like nowadays is they all have help. So, back in the day when you walked up and you walked, at San Diego Con and George Perez was there, you paid George Perez.
Yep.
While he's trying to get sent. No, they have someone taking your money. And then you have time to spend with that person because they're not worried about, are you then pay me at the end? This is 20, whatever it is. And that was a very, very good move. And the con sent people, extra people to help people at their booths to ring up stuff.
Yeah. Good stuff, man.
Well, I think the shrinking, like you said, that all that food court area may have been unsold boots was why everybody did so well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The money wasn't spread so thin with all those extra boots.
There was a ton of guests too. I mean, the actors and the creators there was.
That's what I saw. That's what I insane. Yeah. When you guys said that, what's his name was there?
Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson.
Fan Expo does that at all their shows. That's their MO. I mean, their Fan Expo is just old school Wizard. Right. I mean, it's just, that's really all it is. So they will pack it in. Like last year at Chicago, they had like Mark Hamill and stuff. Like it was crazy.
Well, old school Wizard though used to have a lot of like B and C level stars where you could just walk up. You didn't have to buy.
Well, that was all you could. But Emmett, that was my gig, and that's all you could get back then. We were trying to get B and A level guests to get on the circuit, but they were too good for that.
Yeah.
Right.
Now that Hollywood is shrinking, more and more of these, and as the fees to get into these conventions have raised, now all of a sudden you can afford to bring in these A and B level people. I mean, Ron Howard's doing conventions
with his daughter. Crazy. Yeah.
With his daughter. Well, his daughter, I can see doing the convention if you saw Argyle. Horrible movie. But we couldn't get these guys. So I specialized in the cute girls of Star Wars, any of the pilots, any of the Imperial commanders, anybody with a mask, that's rubberheads. That's all we could get on the circuit back then. And we were making good money, 10K per show. So yeah. But then the second everybody smelled this, I'll tell you a real quick story. And it involved Wizard World Chicago. So I had the actor Bill Hootkins, who played the fat X-Wing pilot who died first. He played Eckert in Batman, and he was the guy that sent Indiana Jones for the Lost Ark. Everybody knows who he is. He is friends with another actor, James Cromwell. They were shooting a movie together in England, and he said, yeah, my agent, got me this gig, and I'm doing Paris next week. And he goes, I'm friends with Renee Auberjonois, who played Odo in Star Trek Next Generation, or Deep Space Nine.
Aubergine.
Yeah, what you said. And they played tennis once a week on Tuesday mornings. And every week, Renee
Aubergine
would show up to their tennis match and
Thank you.
tell James Cromwell, Zephram Cochran. And he would tell James Cromwell about the sack of cash that he just brought back from this place or that place. And Cromwell gets my number from Bill and calls me up. And all he says is, I just want to get a sack of cash. And I want to be able to come back from a convention so I can tell Renee that I just got a sack of cash. And on top of that, I want to tell the world what I know about the government hiding UFO information. And I'm like, sir, I will get you a sack of cash. And I got him. I got him booked for a convention. I got all of his requirements. At that time, he was one of the first vegans, so I didn't even know what a vegan was, but I made sure that he had vegan meals lined up the entire weekend he's there. Everything's set. And then he got a call. He calls me up. He's like, Dennis, I hate to have to do this, but they just asked me to be the president in a Tom Clancy movie. I've always wanted to play the president in a Tom Clancy movie.
Some of all fears.
Yeah,
Some of all fears. Yeah.
Fucking Ben Affleck cost me a bucket of money. And I would have gotten to hear the UFO secrets from James Cromwell.
Let's switch topics real quickly because this is getting into Bogcast territory. Comic store in your future 2025 is starting like a dumpster fire, says Bleeding Cool. Diamond Comics Files Chapter 11 shaking the comic distribution landscape. Late shipments and uncertain arrivals plague comic stores' operations. Comic supplies like backing boards face severe shortage and worsening sales, and Pokemon demand skyrockets, surpassing Magic as vendors run dry. Now, the thing that I've never heard, what is this about comic supplies? I haven't heard this.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Backing boards are tough to get.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places on back order right now. Even BCW's on back
Message
order on a
me
lot of
next
stuff.
week. I got a side vendor for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there's other vendors. Yeah, you can go on Amazon and get it too. It's out there, but you got to dig around.
Yeah, but I'm not
bit.
paying Amazon prices. They're ridiculous.
Well, if you're in a pinch, it's not going to kill you. Where the price?
Hey
is
Jesse,
what
are those guys doing in those comic stores?
I can't see. I didn't see the picture. Well, they're not selling books, that's for sure.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another big surprise, we could not get any backing boards in for comics. It took over a month. I even tried to order some from Diamond, though I held off with all the issues Diamond was having. When I looked, Diamond did not have any backer boards available either. The backboard in ordering is now worse than it was during COVID. We give away free bags and boards for each new comic purchase and have not been able for quite a while now. No boards also created another issue. We could no longer bag and board unsold comics off the wall and put them in the back issue bin. I have stacks of comics waiting to go in the back issue bin. So, very interesting.
I have 1,000 bags and boards in my warehouse at all times.
Yep. So here's what happens.
Not 1,000. I'm sorry. 10,000. 1,000 per box.
Yeah.
10 of
so
them.
I'm trying to figure out, and you three can help me here. Was there ever a time where we were short on bag and boards?
Yes, COVID.
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
COVID was.
Yeah. Oh, I can name 20 times we're out of bag and boards.
Yeah.
So just by chance, I ordered 15,000 before COVID happened, and I was lucky. I never needed one all through COVID.
Well, let me tell you a little secret. I bag and board all my comic books. That means every short box that's ever existed in my warehouse has a comic book with a bag and board. During COVID, when I couldn't get bags and boards, I was stripping bags and boards off of other comic books to put bags and boards on the comic books that I was selling to make sure my comics had bags and boards.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. You got companies like Hot Flips out there. Listen, I don't even have a store out here yet. And if I'm out of bag and boards, I could just go to a store. They take care of me. They know I'm going to take care of them in the back end. The one thing with this particular writer for Bleeding Cool, who's been writing for 3 years, I would say in 3 years of him writing 100 articles, he's had one article that was positive. And I think in this, you got to find the positivity of what's going on in the comic book industry. And the comic book industry isn't based on you running out a bag and boards that you give free to your customers. That's not that shouldn't be a staple of where the industry is going.
Well, it's funny because his 2024 comic store in your future says comic store in your future with 2024 ending like a dumpster fire. Oh, sorry, no, that's the end of 2024. I was about to say, did he start 2024 saying the same thing?
Yeah, exactly. So again, everybody has their take. Before I do anything about any store, I go to their Facebook page. I go to their eBay page, the whatnot page, and I see everything that they do first before I make a comment. So I don't know enough about this guy to say, okay, does he sell live stream? Does he have an e-commerce store? Does he go out to conventions? So before I want to go any farther on that, but trust me, there is no dumpster fire. And if Diamond is creating a dumpster fire for you, you haven't looked at all the other avenues that are out there for you.
That brings up another interesting thing. I had somebody reach out to me last week. Says he goes to his local comic shop, put out a post on IG. This is Syndicate Comic Shop in Florida, I believe. I believe they're in Florida. Maybe was it Florida, Atlanta? I can't remember. He says Syndicate Comic Shop put out.
By the way, for the audience, I brought up Syndicate Comic Shop on this show after I visited them the first time I went back when I went to Georgia last year.
Yeah, Georgia. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
They say an update regarding the missing product from the last couple of weeks. If you're a pull list customer of ours, please read this post in its entirety, as this likely affects you. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. So their thing says, as many customers of ours know, we have not received any new product from Diamond, including titles from Marvel, Dark Horse, and IDW, for at least a couple of weeks since the announcement of the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. While we finally received new product that was due to be released this week, we and our pull list customers were patiently awaiting new titles that were released a couple of weeks prior. During the time in which we weren't receiving any shipments from Diamond, weekly invoices for all of the titles we had ordered for each week were being generated for us. Due to this, as well as Diamond representatives themselves telling us that these orders were still being picked, we were under the impression that the product was being allocated for us and would ship as soon as it's ready. Excuse me. What we now realize as of Wednesday morning this week is that all of this product had not been picked for us like we were told after all, and Diamond had to issue a reorder of all the product on the invoices we had not received yet. This means that while some of these titles were in stock at the time of this reorder, some had to be back ordered. There may be books from the last couple of weeks from Marvel, Dark Horse, and IDW that will most likely not receive from Diamond due to them being sold out at the distributor level. Some of the largest titles adversely affected by this are, and they list a bunch of titles.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and then they say, we are currently looking to our other distribution partners to fulfill these titles to the best of our ability in order to provide for our customers. We hope to have a solution for this problem soon and have been taking measures since the beginning of the year to avoid this happening again. Thank you for your continued patience and patronage.
I think they left something out, because I've gotten everything from Diamond.
It's highly possible, Emmett, and
they may have owed the money.
Yeah.
And they didn't get their product till they paid.
It's funny, Jesse. That's exactly what Jesse and I said in our little group chat. But let me just say, these guys are young, hungry guys. And I absolutely enjoyed, I talked to them for like 2 hours at their store just randomly. This is a new generation of guys. I think at the time I went there a year ago, they were just getting ready to buy a new location. I don't know if you can open up their store there. I can tell you whether or not if they got the new location. That looks like that looks like the flea market still. They got tons of great books there, guys.
Oh, yeah,
Check them out. They're in Marietta, Georgia, I think. Somewhere near Marietta. It's tough right now. And I understand there's this huge amount of pride when you get to this point, if that is the problem in it. You can't just tell your customers, hey guys, we owe Diamond $5,000 and they didn't give us our 2 shipments of books because that the Chapter 11 bankruptcy doesn't allow them to keep sending us books because we owe them money, whatever the deal is.
Right.
It doesn't change the fact that we're in an industry that you have to rely on that new comic book box to survive sometimes.
Yeah.
And they actually do also, I think they were making variants with some publishers and doing some cool stuff like that. They're very active in the community. But, you know, like I said, I don't know that's the problem. I don't know if that is the thing. That was the way it would have been several months ago if that happened, but it could just be absolute screw ups, Emmett.
Yeah. At this
not
point,
to send them 3 weeks of books.
I've actually heard other people. I've
had late shipments.
Well, because here's the thing,
but never no shipment. An Image pulled out last minute, gave us 1 day to order our books, and the last 3 weeks I don't have Image books because my FOC is 3 weeks. Like I'll get Image books next week,
right?
Because I couldn't catch up on the FOCs because they only gave us 1 day to do it. So Image hasn't been on my stands for 2, and it's going to be 3 weeks this week.
well, let me ask you this, Emmett. So when someone comes in and you say, I don't have Image books for the last 2 weeks, do you send them out the door?
Trick question, Emmett. Trick question.
I never send anybody out the door. I'll see if I can order it if you want to wait. I tell them that I missed the email and for when it was supposed to FOC, and I can order it. If they don't want it to order, you know, I try everything to make buy something, but sometimes they do walk, and I'll tell them where to go get it. So that's right. I always customer serve when people come into my store. If I don't have it, I want them to get it.
Right.
So I'll call another comic shop. I'll, you know, because then they know the service that I provide.
Right.
Is beyond.
And so what you can do, and this is for all the stores out there, you can look at someone's pull box and know what you can additionally sell them. Whether if they're collecting variants, if they're collecting writers, artists, creators, titles, publishers. And you should take that time to say, listen, I'm going to get your books for you. I'm not telling you, Emma, I'm telling other people.
Right.
I'm going to get those books for you. No matter what, you are going to get those books. It might not be next week or the week after. You will get those books. But let me show you something that you might like in the meantime.
Yeah.
That's what our jobs are, is to take care of our customers, give them great service, but also at the end of the day, find something else for them to spend their money with. A lot of people have money for that Wednesday. And if they walk out that door and they don't spend that money, they then go to Buc-ee's, they then buy a new hat, or then do XYZ with that money, because a lot of us comic book collectors aren't very good financially, right? We're set in our ways. So yeah.
It's Wednesday's money. It's Wednesday's money. It's got to get spent on Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the store we were just taking, look at everything Brian showed was back issues. So they're timed out not getting books for 3 weeks, but
let me just tell you also, new books for that shop is not even 10% of that store. And I could tell you, I mean, they have some of the best vintage toys in that area. They have some of the best long boxes. They have some of the best case books and wall books. Amazing stuff. I could have easily dropped $1,000 to $2,000 just on things that I would have liked to have had.
Right. And again, I personally think, this is my personal opinion, if Tom walks in to get a book from me in his pull box. I'm not mentioning Diamond. I'm not mentioning their bankruptcy. Tom probably doesn't care about that. Tom cares about, how am I going to get my comic? Can you get me that comic? I don't care if it's from Diamond. I don't care if it's from Sears. Can you get me that book? That's the answer. So I think you might, that excuse is only good maybe once.
And we all know Jesse walked uphill through 6 inches of snow both ways to get people comic books from his competitor.
Yeah, I will do whatever. Again, I am the guy that drove to San Diego in the morning and drove back home to Phoenix that night. Because why? Because customers should not have to wait on my time. When I'm done with San Diego, I'm on their time to sell books. But at the end of the day, I think we need to find other things during that period to sell something else.
Yeah. Well, you have to, right? That's your livelihood at this point. But here's some more news. 30 parties currently looking to buy Diamond Comic Distributors.
Wow.
According to Bleeding Cool. How true do you think this really is? I feel like this isn't very true.
Ryan, let me tell you, I can attest to 10% of this, because 3 of those interested parties have asked me if I wanted to help them run Diamond.
Wow. Yeah, but there's a difference between helping run Diamond and buying Diamond for its pieces and dismantling it. Yep. So you could have 30 parties, but maybe only 10 of them care to even, keep the business running.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the deal with bankruptcy. So you have to submit a pitch first to the courts. To do the pitch to the courts and then get past that, then you go to NDA. Now, the NDA allows you to visit Diamond. NDA allows you to look at books. The NDA allows you to go to the warehouses. So I will tell you, there was more than 30 parties that actually took part in this. There was over 100 parties. Only 30 made it to the, all right, I want to go the next step. Right. Now,
that surprises
I can tell you this, out of the 30 NDAs, after the first bid goes up, that's going to drop down to 5 people.
Yeah.
Right? Because I know
bidders.
I know where everybody wants to start with Diamond. I know the exact number, and the second it goes over $1, people are then fall out.
Well, but Tom's right about that as well. I guarantee you, if Jesse and I are right, like we've talked about on the last 2 episodes, if Diamond right now has arrearages from retailers in excess of $1 million, $2 million,
that's money. That's cash.
That's money that somebody would buy. And I guarantee you, several of those people are collection agencies that would love to hold up the comic retail community and shake them down for that money back.
Could you imagine if that happens?
Well, and
this happen.
Is a true. This is a true fact.
What are we talking about? It's gonna happen, right?
It's gonna happen. Yeah, absolutely.
100%. No matter who gets it, even if it's not a collection agency.
Oh, yeah. Because I guarantee you, one of those legit buyers is going to buy it and immediately sell that debt off and say, every one of those debtors has 0 accounts here. Buy.
Yep. Yeah. And so, and then you also have to look at, okay, the remaining folks, is Dynamite going to stay? And how do we actually ship Dynamite? How do we ship Distillery? How do we ship Bad Idea? And how do we ensure by April 1st, when all these bids technically come in, that they're going to be there by April 1st?
Well, and like we've discussed on this show, is IDW and Dark Horse going to be even a publisher at that point?
Yeah. Well, I think go ahead.
I put out the previews guide, and it's for May. And, April
Start tearing pages out of that.
April 1st is, looming way before the May order. And my worry is I made an April order, and if April 1st is the last day, even if you bought it, how fast could you be back up and running?
Yeah.
So
How many Dynamite
Yeah.
books did you guys see on FOC this week?
I watched that part of the Saturday or listened to that part of the Saturday episode too, Brian.
I didn't notice.
The only things
I haven't done my FOC yet.
The only things that Nick had in that were the $50 and $100 metal variants that he probably had on his website, and he's just trying to generate some, funds in the FOC column. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's got Silverhawks coming out. I know he's got other things. I just don't know what.
A ton of stuff. I mean, think of all those IPs that he's got to pay the money on, and he's got to figure out. I mean, like,
Oh, you have to. Well, especially the IPs he has,
Mhm.
he has to pay that whether he produces the comic or not.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, can you talk about IPs real fast?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Just tell right off the top of your head what is important about how to purchase and technically make money off it.
Oh, you mean like licensing?
Yeah.
I haven't done any licensing myself. I've been in the attempted licensing phase. I've had pitches and I've talked to companies and so on. And I almost had one. We'll leave that story on the cutting room floor. But it's all different from different places. So I've heard stories from different people. I know some actual facts from other people. Like, for example, Gamera, the giant turtle, right? The guys that own Gamera, Kodakawa. The reason that you don't see a lot of Gamera stuff is because they want an absolute mint for everything that you do. They want total control. They want, whatever, just crazy high percentages. So everything is a little bit different. Some people, I know somebody who just got the license for Yogi Bear. I don't know what the hell they're doing with Yogi Bear in comics, but they got it. So, and that's a very, very tiny company. So it really varies on what you want to try and do. What Nick is doing with these insane IPs, I can't even imagine. Not that he has one or two, but he's got like dozens of these
Thundercat,
things.
Space Ghost, Silverhawk.
Yeah, all the new stuff, the Herculoids, the Thundar, like it's unbelievable what he's putting out, and he's doing well with them. And he's doing well with them. But if all of a sudden there's nowhere to put it, that's going to be really problematic.
Well,
because like Dennis said, you have to pay that regardless if you make the book or not.
Yep.
Yeah. And basically we said this 3 weeks ago. If all of that money is frozen up, and we got 2 weeks ago, we got Ben Dunn coming on here saying, if I'll be able to survive without Diamond's check for what they owe me showing up, but can the small publishers like Niobe in the chat, can they survive without the little bit that he's going to owe them from this Diamond check that isn't going to arrive, or is going to arrive 1/25th of what it was supposed to be, because Penguin Random House and DC got paid first at 80 to 90%.
Yeah, that's the part that I started telling people when this first went down. I was like, I started hearing people jibber jabbering about, oh, they're finally getting what they deserve, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yo, do you understand the ripple effect of this? If they go away, you're talking about a crap load of publishers disappearing. And that means all those people that are working for them are now out of work, because
we've had all of those discussions on this show for the last
the ripple
4
effect
weeks.
is insane. I think the one thing that Nick has in his back pocket, he's got an ace, and his ace is that he's been doing crowdfunding for years.
Yeah.
So if all of a sudden he was stuck, he could just be like, you know what, Silverhawks is on Kickstarter, and he'll make a shit ton of money in a hurry, assuming that his license allows him to do that. So he might have an ace in the back pocket, but that's not every publisher.
No.
Look, everybody was wanting to be an IP house instead of actually producing anything.
Yeah.
Hasbro's moving to it. One of the first to move to it is Converse. Converse is a licensing company. Anybody can make their shoe. You just have to send them a sample. If they like the sample, you can make Converse. There's like 6 different companies that make Converse. So like this licensing play is not new. And I mean, it's profitable to the companies that can do it and do it well, like Dynamite's been doing it. And it won't end. I definitely think he'll be picked up by somebody. He moves definitely enough books.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of those publishers that if he were to be like, hey, Lunar, we need you, they're going to open their door.
But here's the thing, and I love Nicky, so take this with a grain of salt, what I'm about to say. Are Penguin and or Lunar going to put up with their infrastructure and 30 different variants for Vampirella number 42?
Well, how do they handle it now? Do they have 10? Anybody that even does 10 with them and so on?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I
So
can't. think
Nikki's-
DC doesn't have 10 variants across
No,
their
three.
stuff?
3 tops.
Okay.
So what I think is going to be a big transition problem is Nicky has this very solid business model that caters to exactly his clientele.
Yeah.
And Diamond, being Nicky's friend for as long as they've been, says, sure, Nicky, keep making 30 variants for every issue of every book you make. And, have your business model. But at some point, he's got to move that business model to a company that is not going to allow that or isn't capable of handling that.
Or
Well,
will
let's
limit.
be honest, though, Dennis. I think Nick is going to have to realize at some point that that's not the business model that's working in comics anymore.
I agree. That's what I try to talk to him about. I've been talking to him about it for 15 years.
He knows every listen.
Yep.
You've seen the Saturday shows. I mean,
Yep.
people complain about it on Saturdays, and Nick has no problem jumping up there and explaining why he does it, and it's because he's an old school comics guy, and he wears that on his heart sleeve. And I think it sucks for him that he's seeing this comic industry that he's been in so long.
Did you see that? Did you see that message I sent you over on Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to bring this up, and this is a good point to bring this up because it's 16 years ago. There was a variant that came out for the Powerpuff Girls that I was a little disappointed with, and I spoke up on social media, and it got a brouhaha for a couple weeks, and IDW pulled the cover. There was a huge backlash against me. Oh, how dare you be a censor, Dennis? And I wrote an open letter to the comic book industry. I'm not going to bore you with this whole letter. Scroll down to the last little bit, the last paragraph, I believe, Hollywood. Go right there. Let me point out to you, Hollywood is not a link in this chain. For licensed comic publishers, it may be. And for customers who only read licensed comics, it is. For creators sitting around and waiting for that fat proverbial Hollywood movie check, it might be. But from start to finish, Hollywood is not in that chain. We need to remember this. Hollywood came into this chain and told a publisher that they had to do for no one's betterment but their own. Hollywood needs us, the comic industry. We are the frack needed to pump into their dying wells. The second we lose sight of that, we are done. We cannot let them be in the middle of our industry. Once again, even 16 years ago, I was fighting against the middlemen. No one from Hollywood has to tell creators like Brian K. Vaughan and Fiona Staples how to create new readers. No one from Hollywood walks into a comic shop and tells retailers how to create new readers. And IDW knows how to create new readers without Hollywood dictating what's on the cover. All it takes is 6 young new readers created by every comic shop when they walk through the door to maintain this business that we love. All it takes is one giant mistake to upset the parents of those new readers, and we will lose this industry. I'm not far off 16 years ago with that statement. That's kind of why we're in this pickle right now.
Well, here's the scary part, and we've been talking about this for a while too, across the different universes of content creators, that at some point DC and Marvel are going to look at their comic world or their comic publishing business and say it's not worth it. Now they're going to say, all right, Dark Horse or anybody out there that wants to write a Batman, whoever, anybody that wants to do a Batman comic, you can do a Batman comic. It's just going to cost you money, and we have to approve.
That'll be Todd,
right? And it'll be anybody. And listen, you guys, it's happening, and the dominoes are already starting to fall way before the Diamond bankruptcy. Check this out. Look at what's going on in toys. Watch this.
Figured it out. I got some more late breaking news. that has spun since the announcement from Diamond Comics and Collectibles that they're filing a Chapter 11 bankruptcy. This is kind of like I've been talking about ever since the Toys R Us debacle, where they folded underfronted items and toys. This is kind of almost something similar that I predicted. A lot of these major toy companies are going to bow out of trying to actually make toys. And Hasbro, of all people, has announced that they are going to do that. They're going to stop making action figures per se, and they want to be an intellectual property or an IP holding house and farm out all their IPs to independent local toy makers, which is going to probably end up becoming a bigger problem, because then now you're going to give all the factories the upper hand, because they will have the resources, the money, the lawyers, and everything to control the whole process. I've already seen this happen with the toy company as we speak. They are in litigation now with the factory who is actually trying to steal their molds. So once again, people, the toy industry in 2025 is about to take a major, major hit. So let me go ahead and show you what I'm referring to.
So this is crazy. I mean, this is nuts. You guys can go do more research in this. Shout out to this guy. He's on IG under Charles Dupree Sr. So look him up.
The Dennis Barger of toys.
Yes, yes. There you go. So, but he, you know, that's a perfect example of where this is all going, and it's going to be happening sooner than we think in the comics world.
Huge opportunity for a lot of people. There are a lot of guys who've been making their money in the bootleg toy market, which if they've been
call it the third party market.
Super 7, yeah, you know.
No, I'm talking about guys who
like
are making
not even licensed.
not
guys.
Super 7.
Yeah.
Who's that? What's that guy's name that does all the one-on-ones?
Valor. Well, there's Valorverse. They're kind of in that third party market, and then there's companies in China that make third party Japanese toys like Transformers that are huge. Like
there's guys
they're almost
making them
crowdfunding pirates.
Yeah, in their garage,
pirate.
3D printing. Yeah.
Yeah, 3D printing, but they're also making actual molds and doing like
tooling.
You know, but they're doing like super
Black
small
Major.
runs of like
Black Major with G.I. Joe.
Right.
Yeah.
Rainbow Darth Vader. You know,
oh,
all
you're
these
talking
different
about
super
Stan
bootlegs.
Solo and
Yeah,
all of
yeah,
those guys. Yeah.
This is Black Major. He does his own G.I. Joes.
Yep.
And
yeah. And if he keeps it to a limited number, he's good to go as parody. As long as it's not a figure they have.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look at this. I mean,
well, and there's companies that do it legitimately. There's a place called Executive Replicas who does the stuff for Nick's Dynamite toys. He does it for Coffin. They did my Critter action figure. So they're ready to go. If all of a sudden licenses become open, that would be those types of companies that are.
Well,
you know,
I do see some a little bit of wishful thinking on that part, Tom. And what I think, like, before Hasbro will let somebody like that do a G.I. Joe toy, which Hasbro owns, they're going to have to prove a level of safety that I don't think those smaller companies can do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And I think the same is going to be said with, you know, Marvel Legends or
safety in what capacity? Because if they're just making the same
hazard.
6-inch size toy,
choking hazards.
Like there's choking hazards in all of the toys right now.
Yeah.
I mean, every one of them come with little handguns that stick into holsters, and you know, there's choking hazards in everything that exists right now.
No, I understand that, but I worked a little in the toy industry for 2 years, and there are hard and fast safety rules that allow you to be a toy manufacturer. Like I guarantee you, every one of those little guns has gone through the child throat choke hazard tool.
Yeah, of course.
If you're not allowed at Toy Fair. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. There's a whole list of things. It's not going to be just any fly-by-night company that's going to be able to grab a license from Hasbro and start making stuff.
Yeah, it could make Todd very huge. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I think Todd is perfectly positioned to absorb all of this shit.
Oh,
It's
I don't know if
all
he wants
Todd's
all of
world,
it.
and we're just living in it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the comic book world, we have seen collaborations over the last 30 years, whether it be Amalgam, Batman versus
Dark Horse
Yeah.
doing all the licensed stuff for Marvel, then it going over to IDW, then it back to Dark Horse.
Right, exactly. So we have seen it. It's kind of funny. I have always said this: if you take the publisher name off the front of a comic book, could you sell that comic book? And I think a lot of times you can. And I think, if you aren't, is Marvel worried about a book that only produced 25,000, 30,000 copies? No. And so if you can get to someone else who can do the same, maybe a little bit better, promote it at a convention, then it's definitely going to be worth it.
Jesse,
but then, of course, it comes down to the price.
Jesse,
6,000 at Image is like a home run.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Jesse, I think you and I have clearly shown this industry, especially on this show, it doesn't take a publisher's name. Nobody comes into my store to buy a DC comic. They come in to buy a Batman comic. When you are on your live shows, nobody cares that it's a DC Batman.
Right.
They're buying Batman.
You have some brand bros. Like I was a DC fanboy, and I didn't read Marvel when I was young. As I got older, I started reading and going all out when I was doing some buying and selling. But you do have a few people that are still like stuck to their brand. But you're right.
Hold on. We have the perfect guest to ask this. Tom Hutchison from Big Dog Inc. and then Aspen and now Antarctic Press. Has anybody said, I will only buy your Critter comic if it's done by the publisher you were under at that time?
No. We've published Critter under 3 publishers, and it hasn't made a difference anytime.
No, I get that, but you do know these guys, right? That they're like, oh, I don't read DC. I only read Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. Can I ask you something though?
Sure.
Do you read DC because you were a Legion fan and you only read Legion, and the Legion led you to buying Green Lantern, and the Green Lantern led you to buy Justice League, and the Justice League put you to Batman?
Yeah. Well, I was a different journey, but yeah, the journey.
But the point is you started with the title.
Right.
Oh, this looks good. I will buy this. Oh, hey, there's an ad for this other comic that looks good. I'll buy that. But at the end, if your love was Legion and they moved Legion over to somebody else, would it keep you from reading Legion?
No, I know people that buy the book even if they're not reading it anymore because they don't like the writer, but they're still buying it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so what I'm saying is
That's the point. So if suddenly Legion was produced by, Boom.
Todd.
No, I don't think it would stop people from buying. I mean, for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly.
I mean, if it's
And
their
that's what
favorite title, they'll buy it. For
what
sure.
I'm saying
Plus,
is
there would still be the branding. Like even when it's a Dark Horse book, it still says Marvel on it.
Yeah.
Right.
So you just have dual branding.
Yeah, I mean, you can go Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Gru, Red Sonja. I mean, you can ElfQuest. You can go through all these companies.
If this happens, it will be a huge opportunity for new artists, new writers, small publishing companies. It will change comics forever, and that'll be great. Because I think it'll really energize. It'll be big news, and it'll really energize the.
Well,
the market.
it'll be interesting because you'll see a lot of people come out and drop their 20 grand for their license, and then in 6 months be out of business because they still couldn't sell it. So you're going to see a lot of experimentation, but who lasts out of that first year or so of it that'll be the real.
Well, I want
real thing to watch.
You're spot on, Tom. You're spot on right there. It's the shakeout.
Here's something very interesting that I want to talk to you guys about also, and that's the Rob Liefeld craziness that's going on with Rob and Marvel. Have you guys been following this?
Oh yeah,
the craziness that's happened like 6 other times before.
Oh, it's fascinating. It's fascinating this time though.
This is like the last Elton John finale tour.
Yes, yeah. I think they pissed him off a little too much, though, at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I get what he's talking about. I'm not saying he's not wrong about being snubbed, but you know, he's quit companies over and over and over again, only to come back. Even he's coming back now to do Youngblood when he said he'd never have anything to do with Youngblood again because of whoever owns it. I don't remember who his name is, but now he's coming back to do Youngblood for that guy. So, you know, it's not to say Rob hasn't been treated poorly, that Marvel and those companies don't treat creators poorly. We all know that that's the reality.
I'm not trying to get
if Rob
political.
leaves and then is like, well, I'll come back. That's sort of, you know, you're doing that to yourself at that point, buddy.
I'm not trying to get political, but this is an analogy that I think is apropos. I'm going to level a tariff on this company and never work with them. Okay, they've basically given in to my demands and there will be no tariff and I will work with them.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get to that level where you have to go scorched earth to even get them to open up negotiation and either go one way or they go the other. And I think that's kind of what Rob's doing right now. He's got plenty of other things that he can do until they come out with Deadpool 4 and they want to make nice with Rob Liefeld so he's not pissing inside their tent from outside their tent for the entire 2 years of the production.
He can do a convention every weekend on Whatnot.
Yep. Rob will never not be able to make money in this industry from now until the day he dies.
You got it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. And once again, just like we were just saying, and he doesn't need a little Marvel up in the top corner of his product to prove that he is making money. He can make his money with Youngblood. He can make his money with Thundercats. He can make his money with Monsters if Mark Spears calls him up.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the one thing with Liefeld is his biggest competition is social. He wants to be in the news non-stop every day, whether it's with Robservations, whether it be with his Extreme group, whether it be with his just his Liefeld page. He likes being in the news, and you know that goes back to all the way to the 90s. He's been that guy that has been competitive. He was with the group of 7 where everybody was competitive against each other. Who's number one this week?
There was only one of them that had Spike Lee do a commercial for him wearing blue jeans. There was only one of them that was on the Dennis Miller show.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So his nature is a competitive spirit that keeps his name in the news. Whether it's good or bad, it's not material to him as long as people are talking about Liefeld. And I don't think that's bad in this day and age when you're marketing your brand. How many times has he said, I'm not going to a convention, and then ends up at a convention? Right? Why?
And vice versa, though, because he's actually canceled conventions because they fucked him.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's his nature. So I think when you see someone in the news, when it comes to a basic concept, it hits. His job is to expand on it, let his base eat it up, and go on other platforms and take over those platforms. And that is how he works. And I can't see him changing no matter what. That is going to be his nature throughout.
He doesn't have to change. Like Dennis said, he doesn't have to change. He just doesn't. And I love that about him. I think Robservations is the best comic book content being created right now, hands down. There's nothing that even touches it anymore with the passing of Ed Piskor. It's the best. And also, he was very interesting because he added a little bit more to it this week when he said, he started talking about, Marvel not selling well comic-wise. This is from the Bleeding Cool article. It goes, he talks about how he sees stacks of unsold X-Men related comic books in stores, highlighting the recent Rogue the Savage Land. He talks about how not every character needs a book. They are just after more issue number 1 relaunches with 10 covers each, and he was reminded of when Marvel stopped putting their big talent on spin-off books but increase the schedule of main books. And he asks if Rogue Savage Land would have done better from the same creative team if it were 3 extra issues of the X-Men. You know what? He has a point, they say. He sees too many variant covers taking up a great deal of space on the comic store shelf, which leads to comics sitting on the shelf. He blames this on Marvel's salespeople, who are lazy and have to make a quota, and that's Marvel's entire thrust. That a guy in Burbank has to justify his job and ask what Marvel has to do to boost their numbers. Also, another great point from Rob.
Okay, but let me also make a third great point. This is the same Rob Liefeld that blamed retailers for not buying enough copies of Deadpool Team Up just 4 months ago. I love Rob.
Yeah, but he does have a point here. I'm going to tell you something that happened at a con that kind of blew me away. I went to it was Motor City, I think, and I was roaming around looking at comic boxes, and I went. This guy had dollar boxes, and I'm flipping through stuff, and he's got just boxes of like X-Men related stuff. I don't remember what it was, but it was X-Men stuff, and I'm like, God damn, that's a lot of those. And I pulled a couple out because I was like, all right, they're dollar books. Let me try a couple of dollar books. So that night, I go on a podcast. And somebody's like, hey, I'm going to show you the books I bought at the comic shop today, the new books this week. And he pulls out the books that I just bought for $1 at Comic-Con. Those were literally that week's books were in dollar boxes at Comic-Cons 2 days later.
And I know exactly what retailer that is. Won't mention his name. And that is, Jesse, I think this is a perfect segue for that book that you showed us in the pre-show. Yeah. That is the pump and dump variant market.
Yep.
Jesse, do you want to?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I looked at it, I was like, clearly this guy bought the 1,000 books to get whatever the crazy thing is, right? And then he just dumped the books out.
Yep.
Yeah,
I buy them. I buy them at Baltimore all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I can't tell you in Florida where there's a convention every week how much stuff we find in the dollar boxes. And I forgot what it was. I think it was DeLandCon, where I walked up to a table and he had dollar books. And I went through the first 20 books. I'm like, Thundercat #1s for $1. I'll take all of those. And it ended up being 10 long boxes of Thundercats. And I'm like, I'll just take all 10 boxes, right? Because why would I order from Diamond and pay $2.50 when I can get them for $1? And he's got the 1 in 10s, the 1 in 20s, and all this crazy stuff. Dennis, I'll show that book at the end of the show, just by the way. The one thing I wanted to talk about, go back to Rob's observation, is I think Rob's observation is the comic book version of Art Bell. No, by far, Art Bell could talk about any subject at any time and capture people on that subject.
No, I agree, but I think he's more of Bob Costas.
Well, but what I'm saying is Rob's observation isn't visual, right?
No, I understand.
Rob, I'm putting in that frame.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I see what you're saying with that. Yeah. But let me explain why I think he's more of a Bob Costas, because Bob Costas might be the smartest man alive that ever interviewed anyone. And Bob Costas, I mean, other than like Joe Rogan now, but Bob Costas would have the largest spectrum of weirdos on his show. He could have a Hollywood actor, a sports person, a novelist, anything, and he could carry on a 1-hour conversation with that person, and he could take them anywhere he wanted to take them. That's what Liefeld does for the comic industry. He will take you through, and let's just, I mean, guys, he's Rob Liefeld. He drew. He's just an artist, but the aspects of what he has gone through in this industry, from doing that to starting Image with the Image 7, and then to be the outcast, and to be, go back to Marvel, and then to, come back to Image again after Kirkman brings him back into the fold. Rob has worn every pair of shoes you could wear in this business. And he has known every person that's worn every pair of shoes in this business. When I hear him, I don't think he's ever worked a day in a comic book shop. but I honestly think when he's talking about retailing, he knows what it's like to be a retailer sometimes. Honestly.
Yeah, I just think, again, when it gets down to it, he knows his audience and he knows his non-audience, and I think you need to know both. I think that's very, very important. That, you know, it goes back to this day. I forgot. I think it was Tucson Con, and Tom. It was Big Dog Inc. at this dinner, Aspen at this dinner, and Zenoscope at this dinner. You know what dinner I'm talking about? It was like an Italian restaurant.
Mhm.
Natalie Sanders was there. Everybody was there. Mike DeValco and all that. And that was a culture that we grew up in. Was everybody was in that same group. We didn't really say, well, you're with Aspen, but we got Tom there, so we don't want to create that type of friction. That didn't matter back in those days. And I think he's grown up he's grown in this industry singly, in a group, by himself, singularly, in a group. And he's gone through all these different groups and all these different personalities over the years. And, you know, anybody that lets you into their childhood life about being a Star Wars fan and mom getting you this and getting that, he kind of knows. He's got to know every avenue when it comes to social networking. And social networking is being relevant almost every day, no matter what the subject is, good or bad.
Well, I think I said it on this show. You can tell by all the pictures that his mom took of him through his life. And then you see those early Rob Liefeld years where he took pictures of every signing and every event. And this man understood cataloging his life. I don't think he understood what it would mean now, 35 years later, but he definitely understood that he needed to chronicle a life that he thought was going to be important. And he definitely self-idealized exactly where he's at right now.
Exactly. Yeah. And I would be very interested in what the next story that comes up that he's going to be, you know, relevant on beyond this Marvel thing, because it's this constant grab. Everybody has most people have a ceiling where they can go. I don't think Rob knows what that ceiling is yet. So who knows how far he can push this? That's up to him. That's up to his fan base. You know, it's again, I think the problem in our industry, we have 98% that aren't social inept to do this business. And they think that just creating a book is social enough, and not realizing that you got to engage more than that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you see that just at cons. You go through Artist Alley and you see the creators just sitting at their table. You know, people are walking by. No one's standing up. No one's saying, "Hey, what? Come on in." I mean, so if you can't do that, you have to do at least one or the other. You have to either be very social media, or you have to be very social in real world. Both is better, but you have to at least be able to do one.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Let me ask you something about doing cons. I was watching someone this weekend at Megacon, the one person who was having a bad con, and he was always on Facebook saying, "Oh, I'm having a bad, and he sold 3 books and all that." And I don't want to put you on the spot, Tom, but when you do have that 10, 15 minutes where no one stops at your table, what is going through your mind?
I mean, it kind of depends on the show. Like if it's just a slow show, you can just feel it's a slow show. Like people are roaming. There's not enough people there. They're clearly not there for what I do. Like it kind of depends. If it's a big show and it's just endless people and I can't get people to stop, that's where you start to go, what the hell's wrong? Like, what am I doing wrong? Do my banner fall over? What's going on? Right. So it kind of depends. But we've had that happen where it's just sort of, I've even sat there at a booth and be like, "You want to take a free comic with you?" Nah. I'm like, Comic Con and you don't want to take a free comic with you. Like, it's really weird. So it does happen. People shouldn't freak out about it, but it does sort of tell you that you're not doing enough to try and engage. You have to analyze what's going on. I mean, again, like I said, sometimes shows are just slow and that's it. There's no money in the room, or it's all been spent on the superstar actor guy and everybody, because we have people come by, oh, I spent all my money on actor, 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Well, appreciate you. But you can't be that guy. Oh, I've only sold one book today. You can't be that guy ever. That's not a methodology. The victim playing is not a methodology that's going to work for you. You have to always just be like, hey, we had a decent day at the show today, and we're coming back tomorrow, and hope to see you guys there, or whatever. You don't have to be like upbeat, super lying to people, but you can't ever be, oh my God, why is nobody buying my book? Like, this is, you can't do that. You can't do that.
A great subject came up on Brian's show Saturday night, and we'll get everybody's opinion on this. Live streaming at your table during a convention.
Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Why would you not? Especially if it is a slow show. Because here's the thing. If you start live streaming, people are going to look at what you're doing. Hey, what's that guy doing? He's selling comics online right now. Like, what does he have? What are those books? I want to know what those books are. 100% you should be live streaming at some point, especially if you hit a lull.
So Jesse, and that's where I disagreed with you on that live show when I was listening to you. I think, and you had a point. Like, look, while you're live streaming and somebody walks up, you have to understand. I think Tom understands it. The live streaming is an event at your booth. You always need to have something to generate a buzz when your buzz isn't working, when your flat buzz is not working. A live stream is literally, and that was the beautiful part of Whatnot 2 years ago. That was the first time anybody had seen this kind of live streaming at a show. No offense, Jesse. I don't know if you ever did one at a show, but I'd never seen you do a live stream at a show.
No.
Because the Wi-Fi problems, which are definitely inherent with a big show. But the buzz that Whatnot booth generated, but then Whatnot didn't have a way to capitalize on the people in front of them.
Right. That's my point.
Booth. And that's what I was on them for. I'm like, dude, you need to have these little people out here with your little tablets showing them how to download it so they can buy right here. And literally, if they wanted to buy the thing I'm selling, they should be able to buy it right in front of me. Why am I dragging these books to Orlando? That's when I came up with the avatar photos rather than, dragging books to sell in person. Why? I can just leave them at my warehouse. They're just going to ship. Why do I need to bring them to the show?
Yeah.
So,
well, once you set the hook, make the sale.
Yeah. So the reason why I brought this up was I went to someone's booth. I'm not going to mention who they are. I already talked to them offline. And I stood there for 10 minutes while he did his live show. Never looked up.
Or you can't do that. If someone comes to the booth, you tell the live people.
First and foremost.
Yeah. You tell, hey, you set up your camera. Guys, be right back. You help that guy. And then you come back.
Yes. And that's the problem I saw at Megacon. There was so much live streaming going on when they were busy.
Right. You can't do that. And I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I also agree with Tom that the live streaming at your booth is an event at your booth. If you do it right, you can have both.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And
Tom, I think, did you see me when I was live streaming from Monroe Pop Fest 2 years ago when I was still on Whatnot?
Oh, if you were on Whatnot? No, probably not.
Okay, I was walking around the con, and I would go over to Bill McKay and Dan Mendoza's booth, and I'm like, all right, guys, right over here. I walked over. I had James O'Barr. I'm like, hey, James, we're going to do these. And it was like cavemen sometimes. It was just like, huh? You're live streaming? And if I sign this book and you pay me to sign the book, you're just going to sell it to somebody outside of here? Yeah, there's nobody at your booth right now. Why don't I just come over here and have you sign this, and I'll sell it for you?
Yeah, and so yeah, I think it is interesting because I think some people equate, if I can sell all my stuff live streaming and have a table, they've got to figure out how to do both. And I know someone put, well, have someone extra there. That's good in theory, but that's also common sense. And in the comic book world, common sense is not used in any form or shape.
I remember the
right?
first time I ever did it. I was at Amazing Las Vegas, and I was right next to Top Cow, and Nia was with me, and so I was like, you know what, we should just go live and sell some stuff because you're here and you can sign books. She was like, let's go. So we started doing it. I pulled out all of her books out of the boxes. We started showing people, selling books. Hey, sign this, sign this, sign this. And I could see Top Cow like right next to me. They were looking at me like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm making money. Like, what do you want me to do? I mean,
it's like
you
the caveman who hasn't discovered how to make fire yet.
Yeah, it was crazy. And so we don't do it at every show, but every now and then, especially if we have like an exclusive, and I know that, obviously there's people in California aren't coming to New York. I'm like, hey, we're giving you guys a chance. We're putting 10 of these up.
Yep.
Come get the 10 of them, and then they're gone and whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the notion is 9 years ago, you had to say what portion of my business is going to be live streaming, or if I'm going to do live streaming at all. Now I don't even think about it. It's just part of my business.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's very, very important. This week I had some food bar moments. Friday night I fell asleep doing my live show. Right, 3:30 came, and I apparently on my show I said I'll be right back, and I woke up on the floor right by my computer, and eBay turned off my show 2 hours later, right? And then Saturday night at 4 a.m. at 4:01, I finally said, guys, F you. You don't need any more comics. It's 4:01 in the morning. I'm stopping the show, right? And so I think what happens is if you make it part of your day and you invite people into your room and you create this room that's a community and everybody's having fun and they're talking about their kids wrestling, and then they might buy a book, or everybody, when someone comes in, everybody's saying hi to that person. Most of the time people aren't even paying attention to me anymore. Right? They'll buy something, but they're talking to, I'm like, guys, stop talking about wrestling. First of all, I don't get to see Monday Night Raw because I'm selling to you freaking guys, right? And then you do spoiler alerts on me.
I do
or
want to say
non-spoiler alerts.
I do want to say something about live streaming. I did have my very first eBay live sale this last on Sunday night. I'll be trying to do Sunday nights from here on out on Comic Book Shop Network on eBay Live. But I'll say this, being somebody who sells on both, there is major differences between the two, which is obvious. Everybody knows this. I think that eBay Live is interesting. It's a different group of people that I've seen so far. It's a little archaic. Obviously, it should be there in beta. Whatnot makes it very easy. eBay makes it not very easy. But that being said, the ability to have people who are eBay people just searching comics go, oh, there's a live sale going on, let me go check it out, is a big deal, because it opened me up to a bunch of new people who had no idea what Beyond Wednesdays were at all. They have no clue what Beyond Wednesdays is, which was excellent. To me, that was an excellent part of it.
Could bring you some subscribers too.
Yes, in a big way. So it was a lot of fun, and I'm going to continue doing it. I know, Jesse, you've been doing it for a while, and you've kind of built up this following, and I think that's the key is, people know that they can go on late night, and Jesse's probably going to be on there selling comics, and that's a major consistency is a major thing, and that is also translates into what you guys are talking about. If you are a consistent retailer that sets up at cons, you should be not, if you're not going to live stream during the con, if you don't have a way to do it, if you're the only person at your table, it's understandable. You should be live streaming at night. You should be selling at night.
I know a lot of people that go to their hotels and set up for an hour or two and just be like, "Hey, you guys missed the show.
Yep.
We'll have a show for you right here."
Yep.
And
totally. That's easy money.
I absolutely disagree, Brian. You know my theories on this. You go to if you need to make the money, sure, go to make the money during the show, make the money after the show, make the money, or you can live in the moment, and the amount of stuff that happens after the con might be more important than money.
Well, we're talking about the money aspect. I think that's what most people, when they kind of like tune into the show that are retailers, that's one of the things that they're looking for is the idea that, yeah, they're trying to make money. And you're right, Dennis. I don't go to cons. I don't buy books at cons for the most part. I'm not going to go chasing a variant. I'm over that. It's not something I do. But I talk about variants all the time. So don't, do as I do or do as I say. Do as what you want to do and what works best for you. So Dennis is 100% right in that fact. But, if it's a lot of money that you are losing out on if you're not selling those books right away. Don't think that you're going to be able to, pick up variants at a con and sell them for profit in 2 weeks, because you're not. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I think it depends on what your goals are as a business. There are a lot of people right now in the comic book industry, they don't care about any of us on this DS. They might care about Brian because he has a YouTube page, but the four of us, to them, those are old guys, right?
Yeah.
Even Tom is slowly getting into the gray beard area, right? And so we're
I saw that actually.
Yeah, I'm like, is he got a little gray happening down there, right?
The kid is getting old.
Yep. And so the new generation doesn't seem as, I want to be known as a traditional cultured comic book seller. That doesn't seem like it's in their DNA. I want to be the fast-paced guy who's selling books, doing what he's got to do, selling more books than anybody else. And I think that's cool, but they do miss out on that dinner or that handshake or that
Friendship,
buying someone a beer or someone's buying you a Diet Coke, whatever it is. And if you don't have that, you're not setting yourself up to be a generational relevant seller. You're in the moment seller. And I don't think that helps the comic book industry that much, especially going into the future. 10, 20 years, our LCSs, I don't even think we'll have an LCS at that point.
Yeah.
Except for the video that's dropping tomorrow on my YouTube channel, Wonderworld Comics. I explain how the comic book shop could be like the hippie record store and survive until we get to that point.
Yeah, the only thing is that bongs, you can't smoke a comic through a bong. Those hippie record stores.
I mean, I don't know.
A lot of money on glassware.
Yeah.
I discuss it. I
think if you take a metal cover, well, I guess a metal cover doesn't bend, but maybe a foil cover you could do.
Valiant made glass covers. They can make glass. They can make Valiant bongs.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like those, remember those Death Watch comics where
the impossible to destroy paper or whatever.
Yeah.
Tyvek, or the one, if you put your heat against it, it would show the picture of whoever was in that picture, or the bullet hole with Malibu. There are ways to be inventive, and but I think this new generation, they're very, let me do it exclusive, let me get my name on it, let me get my live streaming going, and that's almost their full focus. So I think what Dennis is saying, that's cool for us old cats, but I don't know if that actually holds true to the new generation.
I just went to a store and I cannot remember the name of it. I think it was Bric-a-Brac in Chicago on Sunday. I think you're wrong, Jesse, because this was a store of 20-something kids that understand our pop culture better than I think a lot of the 1,200 retailers do. This store had comics, cassettes, VHS, toys. They have a giant Castle Grayskull 3D relief on it on a sidewall. The place looks like Pee Wee Herman's house, and I didn't see a single person working there over the age of 30.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's like Zia Records out in Arizona. They have all those things.
Oh yeah. I've actually been to that.
It's all 20 plus year old.
Right, but the thing is there is hope for that generation.
No, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like the people that are like young people don't buy comics. Like that's false. That's wildly false. They're not buying it in the realm of what it was happening, 20 or 30 years ago. But there's absolutely 100%. Even when I go into my local comic shop, most of the guys that come in when I'm there, they're clearly like mid to late 20s easily. A lot of them have kids and they're dragging their kids along. Yep. So that's not the doom element of what's going on.
No, we're not getting any support from the schools, right? Where there was a whole time where schools were very interested in getting kids to read who couldn't read well, and the comics, because of the pictures, helped them with their tying what the meaning of the words meant. They were supporting them and actually using them in classrooms, and that's.
But gone. In that letter to the industry, I addressed that. I addressed that at the certain time. Boom was making great books for kids. I didn't mention Captain Underpants, but Art Balthazar had that DC imprint where he was making all of the pets. Yep. IDW had Samurai Jack and My Little Ponies, and the industry was aiming at that audience. Can you tell me that the industry in the last 10 years has even cared about that audience?
No, but I'll tell you why.
And that's, guess what? When we stopped caring about that, that's when the library stopped calling us for this stuff, because Scholastic always has what the kids want.
Right.
And it's not what we sell.
Yeah. But one of the problems is that the industry doesn't advertise. We talked about this on the show before. The industry doesn't advertise that stuff exists. The industry to the general public is Spider-Man, Wonder Woman, Batman, and that's all. And some of that is even okay for kids. It's relatively all ages stuff.
Pay a marketing department. I can't believe that somebody is actually getting paid at Marvel and DC in marketing, because they don't do any.
Yeah, there's nothing, but they don't have to. That's the whole thing. They don't have to, because so it becomes a problem when the general populace only understands comics as being one thing: Marvel, DC, Batman, Superman, and here's the bigger problem: it's all looked at as if it's a collectible, as if everything that comes off the shelf is a collectible. Right. I can't tell you how many times I've been at cons and I go and have dinner somewhere, and they're like, "Oh, where are you guys from?" "Oh, we're at the Comic-Con." "Oh, that's so cool." And we're like, "Are you going to come?" And she's like, "Well, I don't, comics are too expensive." And I'm like, "Well, you can just get reader copies. They have dollar books in there." She's like, "Dollar books? I thought these were all collectibles." And I'm like, "Well, there's some, yes, right, but you can absolutely just buy reader copies, trade paperbacks, dollar books, cheap stuff." She was like, "Oh, I have no idea." I hear that all the time. No one in the general populace understands that comics are not just a high-end collectible.
It's a great point.
Yeah. And here's, and I think I was talking to Brian about this. My concern is that on any top 10 show that I watch, they tell you why it's a top 10. Look at the cover artist, the print run. It's a foil, XYZ. Nothing is talked about the actual story.
Yeah.
And because we don't do that and don't realize that number one we're selling is an extension of 1 through 6 or 1 through 4 or 1 through 5. So we're selling that issue 1, but we're not even attempting to sell 2 through 5. Because why? Because they're not in the top 10.
You're selling the collectible. But here's the problem. And this came from, I'm not going to say who this was, but this has come from named people in the industry who do variant covers and stuff. They've told me, like, dude, it does not matter what is between your covers. It only matters what is on the cover, that you can sell the cover, because the people that are buying it, sure, they might look at it and read it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They just want a cool cover, and that's all they want. That was from people who are doing this at a high level, have told me that. And I was like, that sucks. You know that? He's like, I know, it sucks. But then he says, it also takes the pressure off of us, because we don't have to worry about getting too deep in our stories and, you know, whatever's on the inside. I was like, oh my God, that's depressing.
What's the beginning and the end?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I've told people. If, you know, you can do all these variant covers and cool artists and whatever, but if people don't care about your character, then that's a problem. Now, no one's ever going to stop liking Batman, so that's not a problem. But for us, guys that are making our own characters and doing our own books and stuff, if we can't get people to read the character and like the character, it doesn't matter that we have 10 variants or 3 variants, because no one wants the variant if they don't like the character. It's a problem.
Sure.
It's a big problem.
Yeah. In all these years of selling comic books, this is the funny part. And I always thought this was going to happen. I thought someone was then buy a Avengers book that had Wolverine on the cover as a variant and come in the next day and say to me, Wolverine wasn't even in this book. That's never happened. Is that crazy?
Because the comic industry has changed, man. I used to complain about this all the time, and I had viewers who would tell me, I don't care. I buy just for the covers. I don't care what's on the inside. I just want a good, pretty girl on the cover. And
listen, that's a valid part of the industry. There are art collectors. Understand that is a segment of the industry. Yep. Art collectors. That is all they want. That's all they care about. That's fine. Go buy your art, please. Buy your art. It's not a problem. But if we can't maintain the extra side of I'm here because I want to see what happens to Batman this week or this month or whatever, that's diminishing returns.
Right.
The
largest percentage of the buyers need to be readers.
Yes.
Well, here's the other problem, and this is, to me, is the biggest problem, and it goes along with what you're saying, Tom. The big two, especially the big two, I feel like for the most part, they, when it comes to writers, they just want to have somebody that can fill a deadline, and that's it. If you can fill a deadline and you can,
that's
do it
across
over
the
and
entire.
over
That's not just writer. That's the entire chain.
And then when it goes, when it goes to variants, it's the same exact way with variants, because if Marvel and DC was paying attention, they would go, okay, the best cover art is going to go on the 1 in 25 and the 1 in 50. And that's how, and that way we make those more collectible. But they put the worst cover art on those books. But now they're doing an even a worse practice where they're preying on people. They're taking the same cover art on the A cover and just taking off the trade and making it a 1 in 100. But part of that, the dumbest thing that you can do, in my opinion.
But part of that, Brian, is the lateness, because Marvel might solicit 5 artists to do variants, and the easiest crank out one is the one that's going to get that book, that cover, to Marvel first, and they're going to be like, okay, that's the A cover, solicit that quick, get it out there, get it in the previews. And then the other 4 artists show up sometime before FOC.
Oh, no, sir.
I stopped myself, Emmett. I stopped myself. 3 out of the other 4 artists might get their book before FOC. And then the 5th artist is the guy who got his in a day before FOC, but nobody was around the office to update the FOC, and it's plugged in as image may vary. And the retailers have to order, and that might be the best cover in the entire book, Brian.
I've missed so many.
Yep.
Which a lot of guys have scored on because they're on Instagram and they show up. How are they on Instagram but not in the FOC?
Because you said it earlier. The marketing people don't give a fuck, so they don't update the FOC, and they don't put it out on Marvel.com, and they don't send an email to retailers telling them that this came in late, but you want to get this in because this is the hottest variant of this entire run.
Yep.
Yeah. Shout out to Mark Spears, who's in the chat, who says, sadly, you pour your heart and soul into those 22 or 24 pages, and most of the audience will never open them up. But for those that do, they get more out of the product.
Yeah. Sure.
Yep. Yeah, I remember when I first opened up my store, I didn't have Marvel DC. I only had Zenoscope, Aspen, pretty much Lady Death. That's why I opened up as a strong women, bad girl store. And Raven Gregory, who was my neighbor, we would always get tons of exclusives. We'd do exclusives. And one day, he first time he came into the store, he's looking around, he's watching people buy, and he said to me, "So how is everybody liking the story?" And I didn't know how to answer him.
Oh, writer.
Yeah,
You're so cute.
and the notion that he didn't understand that you had to have other covers to sell this book, and eventually he did get it right. And
Yeah,
and also
Tyler Kirkham's very first professional work were the covers on the gift.
Yeah, exactly. And so we are in a different world now, and our job is to sell books. Our job is to not to look at someone and say, "How dare you not read that book?" Our job is to sell them the next book that they want, or suggest the next book they want. But that's just comics as a whole. I think because we talk about shrinkage of a $20 bill and what you get for a $20 bill is very interesting. If you're a dollar book collector, you're in heaven still. You're still getting $20. The second it goes to $2, you're already down to 10 bucks.
I tell people about that customer who only bought 25-cent comics because he could get 4 for $1. And the second the price went up, he stopped reading comic books.
Yeah.
So, Jesse, I think it's time to bring up that book that you showed us.
Oh, my gosh. And when I sell this, I can't tell you how much I paid for it.
Yeah, you don't have to say what you paid for it.
Okay.
But let me tell the audience here. We were talking before the show, and Jesse was like, how the hell are these still available? And I thought we were live, so I just went right into it. And I'm like, I don't even know this conversation, but I'll tell you exactly why that's there. So Jesse found inventory of a 1 in 100 comic book, and it's a banger. And he was like, why is this still available? When I said, well, I tell you exactly why it's still available, because the comic industry, the publishers, no offense, Tom, not you. They have one customer in mind when they make something, and all they want to do is sell that customer as much as they can get out of them. They don't care that there's an end user that those customers have to sell to, and those customers are the retailer. It's all about enticing the retailer to order as much of something as possible, and if they have to produce something in a limited quantity and to sell a couple of them, they'll do it. And so Jesse found a 1 in 100. He's like, why is this still available? And I'm like, well, because they only found a couple suckers to buy that many of that comic, and they didn't care that there were still more sitting in inventory that they could have gotten out into the hands of retailers. They could have made a special sale, buy this many of the next issue, and we'll give you this, maintain your order and we'll send you a variant. None of that. They don't care.
So this is Black Lagoon, Universal Monsters, 1 in 100. And we were able to get this at a crazy, crazy price. And not only were we able to get one, we were able to get a ton. And it is amazing what warehouses have in their warehouses, and not have this notion that my warehouse needs to be somewhat empty, not full. And if this is a distributor who did this, they need to find ways to market this, even though they can't sell it, right? For retail, they need to get this book out to market.
Yeah. How many months ago did that come out?
Oh, geez. Mid last year.
Yeah, like July, right?
Ago.
Yeah. Yeah. And so to see that sitting on the shelf, tons of stuff, I think is a notion on why some businesses just can't last. Eventually their time comes. I don't know if they think they're getting a special award for most stuff in their warehouse. But then you come out today with 800 1 in 10 and above special sell. That even tells you more. So this is only one book.
Who did that cover?
Alex Ross.
This is Alex Ross.
It is Alex
nobody.
Ross. Okay, because that's the cover for the Blu-ray Steelbook that they did.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So that means there's 799 more racial variants that you're getting at ridiculous prices. And it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, and that book was a $5.99 book, right? That
Yeah.
means the wholesale was $3 ish.
Yeah.
How many retailers bought 100 of that book, spent $300 to get that book, and now Jesse James comes along and he buys it, and now it's going to be available on his shows for $50 or $100.
Right.
What does that do to the
116
retailer who was dumb enough to buy that 100 copies?
116 watching live right now, you guys. Only 35 of you have hit the like button. 116 watching live, and only 35 of you hitting that like button. Please do us a favor, hit that like button.
Time to start arguing and yelling.
I'm
Yeah.
not
Let's go.
talking. I'm not talking or screaming until we're at least at 50.
Right, exactly. Well, you know what? And you know, there is a company, and again, we don't want to give any companies a pub when they did something wrong, but I literally did an exclusive for a company last about 15 months ago. And a guy came to me, hey, I really need your help on this exclusive. I know you've done over 400, so can you help me do this XYZ? Not a problem. And we did that exclusive. Can I use my own? Absolutely, use your own art. I just want to help you, but I only want to do 100 copies. Oh, that's fine. 2 weeks later, he has my exclusive in a Virgin variant, selling it at that convention as his exclusive. And so protecting our brands is our job. And I would think that whoever produced this book wouldn't want this going out 8 months later to a group of 1,200 retailers all fighting for them at a low price. And I would think that they would want all their products sold. And apparently that's not happening. And we need to find ways for new publishers. And I know Dennis doesn't like a company because whatever doesn't sell goes to their webpage, right? And if
I'd rather it go to a web page than get dumped.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying at least they're saying, okay, we're not going to give this to the 1,200 retailers, but we're then put it on our webpage so it's still available so we can sell out. And so I think when you start looking at stuff like that, because keep in mind, that's 800 variants. How many cover A's do they have in their warehouse just sitting there?
We're at 55 likes now, so I will continue talking.
Yep.
Good job, chat.
Yeah.
Well, I still have a problem with Lunar because, and I don't think it'll last long because they haven't been in the distribution game that long. So their warehouses, at some point, their warehouses will be bursting at the seams and the books will come flowing out. You don't think so, Dennis?
I honestly, they have discount comic book service. They can run a 50% off sale. They can run a 75% off sale over there on all of the DC backstock that is sitting over there that was overage from the Lunar side, and you're never going to see it happen.
Yeah. I've never seen Image sell out. I ordered because, like I said earlier, that I missed the new FOC when they pulled out a Diamond. So I tried to order some, and they were almost no titles of Image sell out when it was at Diamond. Now all of a sudden I couldn't get any of the titles. So I don't know where it went, but
Go do me a favor, Emmett. When you need something, go over and look on discount comic book service. I guarantee you it's there.
Probably.
I didn't even know they still had that service. DCBS was still up.
Yeah, and I think it's 35% off the cover price.
Wow.
Well, that's my DC discount anyway. So I'll
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Say, if you get that rate, you might as well do it at the other end. Maybe you get points.
But do you
and get
think
free
that's
shipping.
But Emmett, do you think that's funny that the lowest tier for a retailer literally buying their wholesale product is the same that they give any Joe off the street who wants to buy the same product?
Yeah. No, it's not funny, but it is funny. You know.
Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to the one, the only Mark Spears. Mark, how you doing, brother? Good to see
I'm
you.
doing good, man. How's it going?
Yeah, good to see
Good
you.
to see everybody, man.
Yeah.
You got a packed house tonight.
We do.
You brought the stars out.
Well, it's funny that you show up because it's perfect timing. My next thing I wanted to jump onto, and we're talking a little about Lunar, is Free Comic Book Day is being talked about lately because of all the Diamond stuff. And people were worried that they weren't going to get their Free Comic Book Day books, but it sounds like there is no need to worry. That Diamond made that happen either way. Lunar has some that they're going to be shipping out. And so it sounds like all the Free Comic Book Day books are heading out. And one of those books is a book of yours, it sounds like, Mark.
Yep. I just heard yesterday that because they're printed through a different printer, not your own, because Diamond prints them. So it had already went to the printer. Everything's on board. Something happened, though. I heard yesterday that they guaranteed so many pages, like, it's going to be so many, but they're using their printer, and they came back and told KeenSpot, we were counting the cover in the page numbers, right? So KeenSpot comes and says, oh, Mark, would you be willing to cut
again?
Listen, would you be willing to cut 3 to 5 pages off your story? And
Wow.
And hey, I love Chris at KeenSpot and everything, but I wrote back and said, not because we don't have enough room for it. My story is only 24 pages. For the backup story that KeenSpot's wanting to do, I don't know what it's called. Y'all might. It's something about kids or something. I don't know what it is. By a wrestler from NEXT had wrote it or something. So anyways, I wrote back and said, look, I did this for free. I did it myself, but spent a lot of time on it. And I said, I don't want one page missing because they were looking at it, said, could you trim this page, and this page? And I'm like, no, because this is basically, it's almost an advertisement for Monsters, right? And I was like, and it's called Monsters, so I think everything I did should be in there. No slight to the backup story, but I was saying, like, you could have it, you can actually do it where you can turn your book sideways and have 2 pages that way, or you could actually do 4 pages. Because you're doing a preview of that is what I'm saying. Yeah. And they said, okay, they're going to solve it some other way. But I was like, I don't want to cut this stuff out because, one, it took me a long time to do it. I paid for it myself, right? I paid my own letterer and everything out of my pocket. So it's going to be printed in its entirety. There were 2 pages at the end that introduces a brand new character. And I said, no, I can't cut those because the thing is having this a Free Comic Book Day book and being the first appearance of a character that will mean something later on, I thought was a good gift to the fans out there.
Huge gift.
So, yeah. And I was like, I don't want to do it. So no, it's not going to be cut. Thankfully. I did find out earlier today, y'all said I just got in the conversation, so I didn't hear all the Lunar stuff, but it looks like we're getting distribution, but we're not limiting anybody, so it's going to be still at Diamond until they're gone. Lunar, and looks like someone else too, but it looks like they pushed the FOC back 1 week. So it's going to be next week, but it might get pushed back 1 more week if Lunar needs the extra week to get the orders.
Brian,
out.
I just sent you a picture exactly about the chat and what Mark just said.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you sent me that because that was what we were going to talk about next. Great minds think alike. Real quick, I want to shout out to the great Nick Barrucci who just jumped in chat. Good to see you, Nick. Much love, man.
Do you have the orders yet? The order count for your
for Diamond, it's at 34,000. But that was
That's
before the last week of FOC is when you get your big orders. So we never had it go on FOC. So we still have either a week. So I need to know as soon as possible so I can let people know, hey, it is going to be on FOC next week. Everybody was expecting it for this week, but it's not there, right? So I told them to let me know. I think we're going to know tomorrow if it's going to be next week or if it's going to be the week after. But yeah, we're still looking at having some huge numbers because you got to remember we had 37 last time. We're at 34, and it's not even been on FOC yet. Also, we just got notified today. Diamond has 6,000 orders of number 3 and number. I didn't look at the different, but it was number 3 and number 2 second printing combined. But they're sold out of those, so they're asking for a second printing and a third printing of number 2 to fulfill those orders. But so that'll happen eventually. I don't know when, because with the whole Diamond thing, and doing second printings and stuff, they want to get the distribution right, and then we'll start worrying about that. But
yeah, and you got those stores that went in and just said, "Give me every copy that's left." Those crazy store owners, how dare they do that?
How dare they?
No idea when them put these 17 boxes.
Remember when you said, I can't believe it, I ordered 3,000 copies and then there was still another 3,000 copies? Well, because they already put the 3,000 in there, and now they're asking to make those 3,000 that they didn't really have.
Because, we were actually sold out of number 3. As far as I knew, we were sold out a month before it came out at Diamond. Yeah. So everybody who ordered, went in there and ordered, they're just still sitting there not being able to be fulfilled. So that's good. I can't wait to do a second printing of number 3 just because I want to fix those pages in the back for certain, because some of them were printed good, some were bad. But Keen Spot said Monster Mania continues. So hopefully we keep rolling on that. It'll be fun.
Yeah. It's going to be amazing. Here's something interesting. Vault Comics add Post Malone's Big Rig to Free Comic Book Day. Here we go. Vault Comics offers a taste of Post Malone's new comic, Big Rig, Free Comic Book Day 2025, an epic blend of Evil Dead and Mad Max set in medieval Europe against demon hordes. He teams with Michael Bay and Vault for a Big Rig film adaptation, and there will be a full graphic novel release later in 2025. But man, this is going to cause a lot more of reaction.
What's interesting is the
wait a
picture
second. It's set in medieval Europe.
Yes.
With a big rig.
Yes.
Time machine.
Yeah, it's just time travel.
Oh, okay.
Or wormholes or whatever.
Yeah. So pretty interesting.
Just think Army of Darkness.
The art looks really good. Art looks really good. Wow. It looks pretty gnarly, that's for sure. It definitely is Army of Darkness style.
So Vault is now exclusive at Lunar, correct?
Yes.
And that's the interesting part of this is Diamond Comics owns Free Comic Book Day.
Yep.
So they have now allowed Lunar, their competitor, to solicit a Vault Free Comic Book Day, 2 months from March and April?
I'm sure
2.5 months.
Is it wrong for part of me to think the reason they're doing that is because they love comics and they want to foster goodwill with Free Comic Book Day?
Why aren't we all laughing?
It's because it's so tragic. I can't laugh at it, Tom.
Well, wouldn't you think though that part of me still thinks the Jeppies still love comics?
No, I'm not saying
I don't doubt that. Yeah, but they're not really running the show anymore.
Right. I honestly think that whoever really owns Free Comic Book Day is look, it's a free for all, guys. Get your books out here, get them to retailers. Let's get through this one, and we'll figure out something May 8th or May 3rd for next year. it's just interesting that, you know, Diamond was supposed to be the epicenter for all Free Comic Book Day comics, despite Marvel and DC both moving to these other publishers and now Image and Vault. I don't understand. Exactly. Nikki over in the chat. DCD owns the trademark. How is an exclusive book, exclusive Vault book, only through Lunar now?
Well, is it being called a Free Comic Book Day book?
Go back up. It says FCBD. The solicit code. You'll see it in
Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's got the logo on it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's got the logo.
they got the trademark. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, meanwhile, Mark Spears spent his entire Christmas doing 3 to 5 extra pages that they want cut out now. And Post Malone got to take a month off and crank this bitch out and put it through Lunar, which didn't have as harsh of a deadline.
Well, I'm sure Post.
Yeah, I gave up my Christmas of 24 for all you guys. I hope y'all enjoyed it.
No, I just think it's just a little weird, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's odd. Yeah.
I'm shocked there.
Brian,
Now,
I like the
logo.
hopefulness of what you're thinking. It's just it doesn't feel right to me from
maybe
that company. But maybe so.
they licensed it. Maybe they
Maybe.
licensed
Yeah.
Or maybe one of those 126 down to 37 people interested in buying Diamond might also be making deals to buy pieces of what Diamond currently owns.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's I wouldn't read too much into this one. I think this was probably a late project that Diamond couldn't even listen to, and probably just said, listen, if you want to bring this big name into the business, we're then go ahead and let Lunar do this specific one. If it was Jimmy Smith from, Oklahoma doing a little book, it probably would be a no.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if he gets his camera set up correctly. We're going to bring in Nick Barrucci from Dynamite. Nick, how you doing, my friend?
Going crazy. How you doing?
He just doesn't want to show. He just doesn't want to show his screen crooked because it's always crooked, and so that's why he does that screen.
Nah, it's because Mark's got a lot of work to do tonight, and he doesn't need any more inspiration to paint.
There you go.
Need some scary imagery. Yeah,
exactly. My face may actually push him over the top.
And Nikki, we're completely against you on this because we're trying to get Mark to do less work and relax and enjoy his.
Oh well, Mark has graciously stepped away from Dynamite because he's got some big stuff that he pre-committed to, and being the professional that he is, he just kindly let me know that something came together that he'd been working on, and I fully understand. He's a great guy, and I think he's a stand-up guy for doing the responsible thing. I mean, trust me. I was crying when I got that email. I think it took me 14 hours to respond.
Oh man,
that's all right, man. Listen, I am happy for Mark because I don't think it's announced. The only thing I'll say is that it is something really special that he's working on. And it's maybe not quite up there with Monsters, but it's something that he wants to do. And I couldn't be happier for him. And, at the end of the day, the door is always open. So, Dennis, unfortunately, not the news you wanted to hear fully, but he's doing less work for us. So that might make you a little happy.
Well, I can announce it now. Mark, we'll just announce it now. Mark is doing the Dennis Barger story. It's going to be a 12-issue comic book.
Yeah, it's all that practice on Monsters.
Talking about Monsters,
we're looking for a title because Monsters is already taken.
Right. All right, exactly.
And it's a 12-part book, 48 pages each, fold-out pages. Every page is a fold-out.
Right, and everything's in caps.
I'm sorry, Nikki. He had to clear the baffles to do a more important story.
Right.
So this is not to take away from this, but it was too much to type. I think what happened with the Post Malone book, more likely than not, is that the graphic novel was underway and they took the first chapter and turned it to Free Comic Book Day book. And I think it's great that they did that. Because and that's just me, that's an assumption on my part, because that has to be a book before they announced it, that they had to have a lot of art done. And I will say, I think Diamond, they own the trademark. I know there's a lot of Diamond bashing going around. Not saying you guys, I'm just saying in general. Diamond do want to see things move forward. This is out of their control when it comes to Free Comic Book Day. And they are thinking of the industry first. I think the decisions are coming from the administrator for the bank and from people like Tim Lenahan, who are sitting there saying, no matter what happens here, the industry has to move forward. And those are where the decisions are being made. I also want to say that whoever at Vault decided to do this was a genius, because even if it is the first chapter of the graphic novel, maybe it's the first chapter of the graphic novel, maybe it's not, I don't know. And while we can all comment that we all had to have the book done by Christmas for Diamond, you got to keep in mind, Diamond was dealing with, like, I don't know, Jesse, Dennis, do you know how many Free Comic Book Day books there are? 60 or 70?
60 or something, yeah.
Yeah.
So when you got 60 books that you have anywhere from 50,000 to 200,000, and keep in mind, even when Diamond was the only people doing this, they distributed DC, they distributed the Penguin Random House books, because they didn't want to deal with this because Free Comic Book Day was at a loss. So they always looked out for what was best for everybody. So what I want to say is, so even if, because I don't, like I said, it's an assumption on my part that they took the first chapter or some of the first chapter to turn it into Free Comic Day, even if they had a special story written and drawn, a 14-page story, because Lunar is fitting it into their schedule differently, it's easier to go to press in the next few weeks than it was having to go to press 3 weeks ago. Because we always got to keep in mind, the thing with Diamond when it comes to Free Comic Day, I think you get the orders at the end of January. You got to go to press sometime in February. And actually the orders came in at the end of December. You're supposed to go to press somewhere between the middle of January and the middle of February, because they have to count everything in, make sure there's no mistakes, open up a few cases of books, make sure there's not cases of damaged books. And when you're going through, let's average it out to 75,000 times 60. That's a lot of friggin' books. What's that, 4 million books?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Actually, Nikki, the last year that I got numbers from Diamond for Free Comic Book Day, it was $2 million worth of books at an average of 27 cents per. So it was roughly 8
I'm not
million.
talking dollars. I'm talking units. I'm not talking
No.
dollars.
But what I'm saying is at an average cost, you can figure out how many units.
Oh, that's 8 million.
8 million units. Exactly.
Yeah.
But they never had a comprehensive, breakdown of what those were. But
here's what they announced, which is very interesting, that you could get your bundles from Lunar and Penguin Random House and your single issues from Diamond. So Diamond, is doing their best that they can to make this still happen in the easiest way.
And this actually reinforces the economies of scale that, Penguin Random House and Lunar are being more efficient from a distribution point of view, that they're doing it in bundles because it's A, easier to count, and B, more cost effective for them. But Diamond is still allowing retailers to do singles. So if there's a retailer that can only afford 5 of one and can't afford 25, they can carry a wider berth. But this whole thing is a problem. And, the one thing I was about to say before I jump back and started talking about the timeline is the fact that they're doing this and Post Malone fans are going to go to comic stores on Free Comic Book Day is friggin' fantastic. So my hat's off the Vault.
Well, let me ask this: Can FCBD be sold as its own entity? And if it is, does that person have to have contracts with all the publishers that they would be doing it for?
If the bank, if the person handling the distribution decides to sell Free Comic Book Day separately because there's an offer that makes it worth his while, then whoever buys Free Comic Book Day buys Free Comic Book Day. Now, there's a lot of factors. You may have somebody coming in saying, I want DST Toys and Free Comic Book Day, and here's the way I'm breaking down my offer. Somebody else may say, I want Diamond Comic Distributors, I want Alliance, and I want the Free Comic Book Day to be a part of it. Then the person who's handling all of the delegation for the bank, who's handling all of this, they have to make hard decisions about which offer is best. I would find it a little difficult for anybody to go in and say, let's say, here's $10,000 for the Free Comic Book Day trademark. And for anyone buying either Diamond or Diamond UK or whatever, saying, I'm okay with that. I think that the challenge that you have is the cost of the Free Comic Book Day name would be so inexpensive because there's hardly any ways to monetize it as it is, that if you buy the trademark to monetize it, you're taking it away from its mission, and then all of a sudden the name doesn't become what it is anymore. This isn't OpenAI with Sam Altman being able to take the community free stuff and separating it from the for-profit stuff, because there you're talking about billions of dollars. Here you're talking about pennies. Yeah. There's no money to be made, no royalties to be made. But if all of a sudden you start doing T-shirts and that you sell, I'm not talking about the ones that you do in conjunction with Free Comic Day, but if you start to do a lot of stuff to monetize Free Comic Day, then is it Free Comic Day?
No. That's a major a major thing for sure.
So I don't know who jumped off, but was that me who jumped off?
Yeah, Mark's jumping. He jumped off. He's jumping back in. He had internet problems. Yeah.
So I mean, the reality is Jesse's right. Somebody can buy it, but it's what's it worth compared to the whole. Look, at the end of the day, this is a tough position for anybody who's overseeing something like this. There are factors that I will not pretend to understand. And this is tough for everybody, but we have a community that tries to help each other. Nothing's perfect. Nothing ever will be.
Nicky, I got a question for you, because Brian brought it up on a Saturday show and we talked about it earlier. And feel free to obviously say if you can't say anything. Dynamite didn't have any solicits in the current FOC except for a couple high-end variants.
I can't say anything.
Okay.
That was easy. Nice and easy.
That was easy. See, there you go. Brian did this whole YouTuber grab his head thing, and
No. What are you talking about? I didn't grab my head, did I?
Yeah, you did. You did. You literally roll it back whenever you watch this show.
It had nothing to do with that.
You did.
Nothing to do with that.
Dennis is asking this fucking question to Nick. Oh, fuck.
I'm glad Nick is here, man. I'm just glad Nick is here.
Exactly. Yeah. But here's the thing. If we're going to speculate about what's this and what's that,
that's what this show is about. Yeah, we have the guys
exactly
here.
What the show is. I'm not going to pull punches.
No,
Nicky and I have known each other for all these years.
And I wouldn't expect any different. If you weren't going to ask it, I was going to ask it. So, that's kind of the reason that we do this show. I love the fact that we're able to have a panel where a publisher is hanging out with with 2 creators and 3 retailers and a content creator. That is the whole reason for this show to open it up and to be more
Look,
transparent. And I think Nick has been one of the most transparent publishers in the game for a long time.
100%.
This is what I'll say. I think outside of Boom, if they had not sold to Penguin Random House as a full entity, Boom and Dynamite have been the biggest supporters of Diamond. And Image was a huge supporter of Diamond, and I know some of the reasons why they left, and that's not my story to tell. I would love to see things stabilize for a lot of people. Whatever Diamond comes out of this, it won't be the same company, for better or worse. It will probably be a viable company. Again, I think, if Boom hadn't sold to Penguin Random House, I think they would not be leaving Diamond. They definitely wouldn't be expediting leaving Diamond. So it's something that we can hopefully come to terms. And if not, after 33 years, there's nothing much more I can do. We've been
and that's what
years.
And that's what the alarm bells that we've been ringing for about 4 to 5 weeks now is. This is in motion. There's nothing that's going to stop it from going the way it's going. There's nothing that can alter that. We're talking about, we know the same situations are happening with retailers that owe Diamond money, and all of a sudden their books don't arrive. Is that from this reason or is that from that reason? But we know there's definitely causes and effects that go on because of the Chapter 11 bankruptcy and the way the banks take over. We just aren't hearing any of that. I talked to a very big Diamond person 2 weeks ago, and they said they're from the lower offices and they went to the upper offices. And they said it's the first time they've seen every door in the upper offices closed. Nobody is talking. They are finding out. All the information at Diamond is being found out from the leaks that happen on Bleeding Cool and ICV2. And they have no clue because there's no inner office memo saying, hey, guys, we're doing this. We've got this many interested people. I understand that.
They're not allowed to.
They're not allowed to. I understand that.
The banks and the other company are in control. They make all the decisions.
Correct.
Look, I'll give you a little bit of a breakdown. When the bankruptcy filing happened, a publisher emailed the printer we're at to say not to ship their books. And the printer we're at, I shouldn't say this, but I'll say it to you guys as audience. The printer we're at emailed everybody openly, do you want your books distributed? Now, between the 14th and the 17th, we found out that PRH wasn't delivering any books to Diamond for January 29th. They just weren't, period. So anybody who backed Diamond 100% with their Marvel, with their IDW, with their Dark Horse, were not getting any PRH books because Diamond had to sit down and talk to PRH. What we also found out that week was Image cut Diamond off entirely. So if you didn't pivot quickly enough to put your orders in at Lunar, you might have gotten allocated. First of all, I didn't know that this might happen. I did find out that there were some retailers who were allocated. Not Lunar's fault, not the retailer's fault, but Lunar obviously is going to fulfill their regular retailers first, and then everything else comes later. I mean, that's just life.
I'm still getting my Marvel books from Diamond.
Are you? Okay. Well, I'm just saying the week of the 29th. We're talking specifically in stores the 29th. I'm only talking about that day only right now. Okay. So Diamond was not getting Image. They were not getting Marvel, IDW, or Dark Horse. And also, Diamond announced previews was going to be a week late because they had to work it out with the printer. So the printer sent out this email, and let's say the biggest publisher after us, and we'll leave it at that, no guessing, a titan of the industry, said, do not ship our books. So
Conan.
I sat there. Yes, they flexed their muscles. So I sat there and thought, okay, let me get on the phone with Diamond. And see, the one thing real quick, Diamond first, you know what, let me finish the story and then I'll get to that. So I sat there and said, okay, the retailers who do not order everything for Diamond will be relatively fine because they're down to Boom, Dynamite, and Titan and everybody else, you know? But one of those publishers decided not to ship product that week. So we had a conversation with Diamond. We had a conversation with the bank, and we made the decision to ship that week because we had specifically saved Silverhawks and Thundercats 12 for the last week in January because the 5th week is always the weakest week, and January is a weak month period. So we decided what was best for the retailers was to give them some strong books at the end of January. So in doing that, we had a really big week. I mean, we're talking about 120,000 units at $4.99 to $9.99.
Wow.
That's a solid week for retailers. And so then we continued to have conversations and we shipped for 2 more weeks, but things weren't coming together the way we feel they were discussed. And now we'll see what happens. Nothing would make me happier than to have this resolved, to move this forward. The problem that we have, first and foremost, Diamond had released information, or the courts released information, that they owed us $217,000. Well, we found out a few days later that it's going to be over $250,000 because when they did the filing, they missed some payments that fell into the filing date. But the thing you got to keep in mind is we paid for the creators for the art and editorial. We paid for the printing, and we paid for, even though we're not collecting the money as far as most, yes, if we had a profit share with a rights holder, that would be different, but you don't have that with Disney, Warner Brothers, Terminator, or any of those guys. So the second we ship, we have to pay royalties as if we collected the money, because it's our responsibility to pay royalties no matter what. So that $250,000 is now more like $420,000. So, Diamond always says they have very thin margins on their books. We have very thin margins on our books. They have a machine. We have thin margins.
Right.
So we shipped that week. We came to an agreement. Part of that agreement came through, but then we shipped for 2 more weeks, and the wasn't coming together the way we feel we discussed it. And so we just had to make a decision. I mean, we can't afford to keep going to press, printing books that we can't pay for, and then paying royalties. I mean, we're going to keep creators working regardless, because one way or the other, it's going to work out. We have offers from 3 different distributors. There's a 3rd distributor that may come into play. And,
that's big news.
That's
really
huge news.
Yeah. And it's a reliable, established company, I should say.
Good.
So, it's Left Arrows. We could have pivoted instead of shipping January 29th through Diamond. We had an offer on January 14th. We could have pivoted and left on January 14th or 15th. We chose not to. I mean, again, and I think to a degree, I do think that I allowed my relationship with Diamond, because I've always been a strong believer that we needed Diamond to have smaller publishers to allow. You wouldn't have Jeff Smith's Bone. You wouldn't have Terry Moore's Strangers in Paradise. You wouldn't have Mark Spears' Monsters if Diamond wasn't around, because the Lunar can't. They're doing a good job of bringing on a bunch of people, but it's still people of a certain size. And if I heard Mark right, Keen Spot only just got picked up by Lunar after talking to them for a while and Lunar saying no. So Lunar is gearing up to expansion, but there's only so much expansion that I think can be done. Everybody else is too small for Penguin Random House. So maybe I was a little idealistic in wanting to continue to help the industry, and I allowed the feelings I had for people at Diamond to affect my judgment. But if we were to continue to print and the hard decision that I had to make was keep the creators working regardless. We can't tell them to do pencils down if we can help it, and keep my employees employed. So that meant that we couldn't continue to go to press if we didn't know where the books were going to go or when they were going to go. We couldn't afford to incur the printing expense or the distribution and royalty expense if it couldn't work out. I would be irresponsible to my employees, to my creators, to my licensors, even to the printer.
To yourself too, Nick. John Horn says that just means you're being a decent, loyal human being.
Yeah, I'm not worried about myself. I mean, God willing, I'll be fine no matter what. But we're in an uncertain world right now, and
Nicky, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I just want to ask you a question, because you've been here through the multi-distributors, to the Heroes World, to the Image exclusive with Diamond.
Yeah, no, I was here for the black and white booming before.
Yeah, exactly. Do you find it odd that Image was the first one to stick that knife and twist it when they spent all of those early years cashing in on the millions and millions of dollars that Diamond allowed them to make? And then for a measly, and I think it was less than $1 million, right? That at that time,
it was $500,000.
It was $500,000. For $500,000, Image turned their back on Diamond and literally did what Marvel did with Heroes World to Diamond.
Let me make this comparison, Dennis, and this is Noah. Who here has been divorced? Let me ask that question.
Okay. Tom, raise your fucking hand.
Yeah, Tom, raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
It's not
Tom.
that I have been. I am divorced.
Yeah.
What, you take your arms too with that? Rest your hands. Go ahead.
How were the good years?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I mean, seriously, how were the good years? When you were married, how were the good years? They were good.
Yeah.
There was at least a time of it being good.
Yeah,
like I said, it's not my story to tell. I know the reasons why they felt they had to leave. And I mean, I don't think it's a secret. It's because Diamond didn't change. And I will tell you one thing. I will tell you the one thing I can tell you is that Eric Stevenson pushed Diamond a lot to make changes from the day DC left till the day they left. So I will say that Eric Stevenson went above and beyond to try and make it work. And I will say that if there were different people that would have been in charge of the day-to-day with Diamond, Image would still be there. And when I say different people, I mean people who are at Diamond if they had more authority to make things change, to make things work. And Image did not stick the knife in them, because Image made sure they actually took it a little bit on the chin. Because remember the one thing that Image did, they allowed retailers at Diamond to basically keep their discount and gave Diamond a bigger discount to keep retailers at their comfort level. So that and look, there's a pragmatic reason for that. Obviously, there's always a little bit of pragmatic reason. You want to keep your foot in the door because you never know if the new thing is going to work out as well as you would like. But at the same time, their loyalty to Diamond was, let's make sure we keep Diamond alive, because I think Eric and people at Image saw it the same way. We need to they stick around, even if we can't stay there because of the things that are not changing. We don't want to see them die. So, and what I'll say is that the Diamond bankruptcy filing, and even leading up to that, look, I know pretty much everybody. You know, me and Jesse have both been doing this for about 43, 44 years at this point, and I talk to everybody. And I know why some people left. So I'll just say that there were so many mistakes made along the way by Diamond that you would think by the time it came to Image, they would have actually listened more, but they didn't. And it is what it is. So Image did not twist the knife. Image tried to do everything that they could. And I think the bankruptcy just became, this is it. This is just it. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. So,
well, I appreciate you, correcting me on that, because I can totally understand that now.
I just wish they had more notice for the retailers when they left. Right.
It's I will say I don't think Diamond realized how much the shipping issue affected all of us publishers defending them. And then that Comics Pro, Diamond saying we're reducing our overhead so we can cut our shipping, after telling retailers for years that there was no profit in the shipping.
Right.
And that and I believe that may have been a huge factor in how it affected some publishers and how publishers felt about everything. So I will say that Image tried to make it work with Diamond every step of the way, even cutting their profits to allow Diamond to handle Image and to give retailers a choice.
But see, that's the story we haven't heard, and I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought Eric Larson was the most blunt person when it came to their leaving, where he said there are things that we're not going to talk about because this made business sense for Image. And I think that Eric Larson kind of took it on the chin to say, this is business sense for Image, but it was also business sense for retailers.
Yeah.
Very few people wanted Image to leave Diamond, including Image. But, it takes two to make a relationship work.
Well, and then you risk having Hibbs blame you for the entire collapse of, Diamond, like he did DC Comics.
Well, I mean, listen, and that's the beautiful thing about living in our country. Everybody can have an opinion. The problem is that some decisions are made that some people just can't understand. Yeah. Look, it's somewhat sad but true. some of the things that having multiple distributors did improve the comics market. I think Penguin Random House does a really good job. I think Lunar does a really good job. I think they got Diamond to improve a few things. The one thing that Diamond was always terrible at was communication. I was during the transition of the warehouses by closing down Plattsburgh. I felt that Diamond wasn't communicating enough, and I don't think anybody thought they were communicating enough. And my feedback to select people at Diamond was, you're not communicating, and I want to tell you, the people that you are hurting the most are the retailers that support you 100%.
Yeah.
It's the retailers that are carrying your Marvel, your Image, your Dark Horse, and your IDW that are hurt the most. The retailers that are only ordering Dynamite, Boom, and Titan from you are being hurt the least, because they have other sources of income from 2 other distributors that are delivering without a problem. So you are actually pushing away and financially hurting the retailers that said, we will buy everything we can from Diamond. I mean, Cliff Biggers was a diehard Diamond guy, and even that was too much for him.
Yeah. Yep.
So, and I don't think I'm saying anything out of school there. And if I am, then Cliff, I apologize.
Does it make it tougher now that there's only about 1,200 to 1,300 stores? So is this expanded more in the ripple effect versus if there was 3,000 to 4,000 stores?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I think that when the store closes, you lose some readers, but I also think there is some readers that will find more comic stores. I think what it really comes down to now, if you're part of your question is, are we going to lose more retailers because of this? We might lose some retailers because, you know, it's just, you know, the Universal in Canada has a really good outlook about everything. When they were thinking of opening up a United States distribution center, they actually said, if people need to pay us by credit card, we'll absorb the 3%. And, you know, they while they may not carry the debt, they'll give retailers the ability to put it on their credit card, and they'll absorb the payment fee because they recognize that the retailers will then have to pay the interest on the credit card. So there are things that are archaic about our industry. You know, like everybody, we can be our own greatest enemy. But some of the things that might hold some industries back also push our industry forward.
Right.
You know,
Nicky, I said it earlier in the show. Your business model with the variants, and of course, I bring this up, you know, constantly to you for the last 15 years. But your business model works, and you know it works for you. Do you think you have to change that going forward in the new regime?
I mean, we're gonna have to change no matter what. There's actually a really funny cartoon. Let me see if I can find it. I'll send it to Brian. Because you guys know I have no problem making fun of myself. But somebody in one of the retailers' books, one of the retailer groups, put a cartoon of me with these really wild eyes saying, "What are we going to do to get sales back up?" And one of the people in the office goes, 37 covers, 37 more covers. And somebody else goes, 47 more covers. And then the third person, Mark's cracking up because Mark's like, yeah, I get those emails from Nick. Are there reasonable variations we can do here?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just trying to read your.
No, hold on. I got to give you the punchline. There's a punchline to this. And then the third person goes, find a new distributor. And he gets thrown out the window.
Well, Nick, you've never been shy about coming on and talking about it, which is another thing, you know?
Nah, look, you guys see me on my Friday night show. I mean, if I'm not wearing a black shirt, I always talk about how well-rounded I am. That's why I wear a black shirt, so you can't see how well-rounded I am.
Hey,
Right?
Nick, you know, just talking about the industry as a whole, how do you look back at your QVC?
Well, hold on one sec.
Okay.
Eugene, I disagree with you about no new ideas. I mean, that was just somebody as they would say in the UK, taking the piss out of me.
Yeah.
Like, for example, this past Friday, I wasn't going to do a show because I'm just behind on so much stuff. I'm personally not going to Comics Pro, but everybody else who was going is still going. I'm just the only person not going because, again, talking to the distributors, trying to figure out what's happening, talking to retailers, talking to my rights holders. I mean, I've talked like an hour a week to rights holders just to keep them posted. But this past Friday, I wasn't going to do a show. And one of the original art collectors, Daryl Reitz, that the day before, one of his fellow officers was killed in the line of duty. And one of my regulars, Tom McDonald, texted me and said, "Hey, we want to do something to raise money." So I did two things. So this coming Friday, I'm not selling any of my art except for one piece that I'm going to auction off to raise money for Officer Roscow. And but people in the community are donating artwork to also raise money. But this past Friday, Spencer Beckett, the Artist Choice, was doing my show, but because Tom texted me, and he felt bad texting me because of everything going on with Diamond, everything going on with Nina, my cat. But I was wearing a blue shirt, and you know, I went on the air. I auctioned some art off. We raised $650 on Friday. It was a last minute thing. Thank you, man. That's Officer Roscow.
Yep.
And, you know, I kind of made the joke saying, thank God I'm wearing a blue shirt. You know, I was like, you know, that's almost as slimming as a black shirt. But, you know, so this Friday, I won't be selling except for one piece that I'm going to auction off for Officer Roscoe's family. And
we'll put the link in the description too, Nick.
Thanks,
and,
man.
Yeah,
But
anybody
Tom
catching this on
McDonald-
the rewind, check the description for that link.
Yeah, and Tom McDonald and Jeff Wedding and Kavi, those three guys are going to deserve all the credit because they're the people to reach out to the community to get the art. You know, I'm doing what I can, which is giving them my slot and letting them do what they can, and also donating another piece of art. Look, it's the police are important. You know, the police are important, and we need them. And Officer Roscoe was young. I think he was 47 years old, and now his family, you know, his wife is without a husband, and his kids are without a dad. And I will say this, you know, I really think that there are. I'm sorry if I'm going on a little bit of a soapbox. I'm going to have to jump soon because I still got to look at so much stuff. And I apologize for coming in and talking too much and leaving.
No, don't apologize at all, Nick.
Well, there are three jobs in America that I feel are underpaid more than any other job: police, firemen, and teachers. This country would be a better country if those three employees of the state and federal governments would actually get paid better salaries, because these are, you know, teachers have a lot of stress. My brother and sister and my brother-in-law are teachers. I see what they go through, and they care. And I have a lot of friends who are police officers and firefighters, and you never know when it's their last day on the line. You know, Pam and their dad, they help colonies. They feed colonies. They do TNR, which is trap, neuter, release.
Right.
You try and stop colonies from exploding. And there was this one police officer that one day helped Pam's dad, Ronnie, when he was in the neighborhood, and the police officer, you know, because he goes at 4 a.m, and the police officer saw something that
he decided to pull over and make sure Ronnie was okay. 3 days later, at a GameStop, a kid tried to rob the store. The police officer was in his civilian clothes. He tried to stop him, shot and killed. So this is just a guy on his day off, walking into a GameStop, getting shot and killed because he tried to stop a crime. I mean, you know, these guys, they walk out not knowing what day is going to be their last day. So when something like this happens, my heart breaks. And so,
Nick, is that the one you put up? Is that the picture you put up? Is that the story of that guy? Or is that
yes. Yeah.
Hey, if I send you some stuff, Nick, could you do something with it, auction it, sell it, whatever?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've never signed a Thundercats or a Silverhawks yet. I'm going to sign it. I'm going to put first signature. We're going to put like 101 on it. I'm going to send them to you, Nick, and we'll see that, so that whoever gets it will be getting the very first signature I've ever done on a Thundercats or a Silverhawks.
That's
and then
awesome.
I'm going to send you, but I'm going to send you a whole box of stuff, right? And I want all that. Yeah, if you can do that as a favor for me to get it to where it needs to go, I'd appreciate it, because that's a heartbreaking story. I want to help.
Thank you, man. I'm glad you're not seeing me because I'm tearing up a little now. So I'm going to shut up and let Jesse ask his question.
Okay. Now I felt bad about asking this question, dang it. All right. QVC, it's the OG moment in comic book history for the first live stream. Did you ever envision doing those live stream shows selling comics that today that would be almost a primary part of our industry?
I'll make the ongoing joke. I always, you know, I feel like James Cameron, where technology started catching up to his vision. I always wanted there to be consistent outreach for comics to the world. So right now, a lot of the outreach of comics to the world, we're bringing comics to fans, and the conversion that's happening. What's happening is much like a comic convention. We're either selling to fans who love what we're doing, and this is as a publisher. As a retailer, you have more variety, or we're converting fans that may not be reading our books to become readers of our books. And the live sale is great because it's that personal touch that you cannot get any other way. You just cannot get it any other way. What we need to do, and, you know, unfortunately, the pandemic was a boom, but also a problem. It was a boom because a lot of people started buying comics. It's a problem now that the boom is over, and some of those people wanted to sell those comics and make money, and they can't. So those people have a bad taste in their mouth. So as an industry, what I would love is for all of us to continue to reach out and to try and get new readers. Marvel and DC have the best opportunity to get new readers, because when you look at things like the movies, the TV series, or even Marvel Rivals right now, that is hooking people. And if they could have that kind of outreach, that would be something special.
Yeah, I hope it happens before they quit printing comics, and maybe they'll get smart and figure out a way to do it. So
we're not going to quit printing comics. I have faith in the resilience of the creators, the publishers, the retailers, and the fans. The one thing that we need to figure out, I'll put it to you this way, and this is no disrespect to anybody, but and I say this in the best way possible, and I think Jesse knows this, and I think everybody knows this. If everybody could be a great huckster like Mark Millar, the industry would grow. If everybody could just be half the huckster Mark Millar is. Like Mark, every book he does is the best book he's ever done. Every book he does, he'll make sure he gets the word out there. You got to go to the comic store this day. He makes sure the whole world knows when he has comics. And that's really, you know, things that used to bother me were some creators who would say silly things like, oh, I did this thing. It's like, no, you didn't do a thing. You wrote a comic that came out. You drew a comic that came out. You did a cover to a comic that came out. You didn't do a thing. You did something big. And instead of being cool about it and trying to sound like you're in touch, talk about what the effing thing is, you know? A huckster is a person who smells and door to door from it. All right, well, all right.
I went and looked up the definition because around here in Alabama, a huckster is something like there's the Hulkster.
That's what I thought you said. That's
and
what
then
I
there's
thought.
like a guy who like grows hay around here. I thought that was like, hey, hook that over here to me. So I had to look it up. It's a person who sells stuff. I got
Well, and Eugene's right, or Liefeld. Everything Rob Liefeld does. Listen, I will say, Liefeld helped us sell 200,000 copies of Thundercats.
Yes,
he was out there and treated it like a creator-owned.
We brought that up earlier in the show.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, he treated that like it was a creator-owned book, you know, and
they care about comics too. That's the important thing. You can tell when somebody cares about comics, and we talk about it all the time on this show and on this channel. When somebody cares about comics, you can tell. You can tell by the way they talk about it, the way they look, the way they smile. And Rob Liefeld cares about comics. Mark Millar cares about comics.
Yeah.
7 or 8 years ago, Chuck P was doing Fight Club 2. He didn't need to do Fight Club 2, a comic book for Dark Horse. He didn't, but he wanted to. And just like you said, he sold every issue as if it was number 1. You know, he would do interviews for issue 3. He would do giant promotions for issue 4 in comic book stores. He wanted every issue to sell like issue number 1. And I would always share that, saying, industry, pay attention. Why aren't you doing this?
Well, Keanu Reeves. I mean, Keanu Reeves. Yes. He made the Kickstarter a huge deal, and then every time when number 1 came out, he went on talk shows. When the graphic novels came out, he went on talk shows. He respected the medium, and our medium has an adverse reaction for the most part to celebrities coming in it, because it's always been viewed as, how do I attach my name to something to create something? Or techno comics, which is, how much money do we got to throw at important people to write 1-page synopsis down to create a 40-issue maxi series out of, you know? And Keanu actually made it cool to retailers and fans to buy comics by a celebrity because he cared. I mean, he just sat there. I remember watching the video where he goes, comics are cool. Like the way he said that, like it's still emblazed in my head. And, you know, and I could not have been prouder when Boom was in Hall H with Keanu Reeves and Matt Gannon and Philip Sablick and all the people at Boom that made it happen. That Hall H had a panel that was about a comic, not about anything else.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Nick, we're gonna kick you out of here so you can go get some rest.
Please do.
I'm gonna say a little something after you leave. That way we don't make you cry. But we love you, brother, and we hope that everything gets easier. And you know, you're another one of those guys that loves comics, and you're great for comics, and we always want to make sure that you're part of it, man.
I'll tell you the same thing I tell my guys. The thing that makes this a little bit easy is I've got it in my head that I've got 4 months of pain going through this. And, you know, just as long as if you walk into the office every day saying I got to deal with this again, that you're defeated before. I just walk into the office saying, all right, a month ago I said I had 5 months of this. Now I'm down to 4 months. You know, I'm a prisoner in this situation. And if I get out early, I get out early. And if not, you know, in 5 months, one way or the other, It'll be on to moving things forward and pivoting to whatever it takes. But yeah, Jesse, the key is going to be to QVC this to get a larger audience and to continue to get readers. Because it's funny, just the last thing, people always, obviously, look, like I said, that one cartoon about me throwing out the person out the 37 more covers, 47 more covers, new distributor. It's like it's funny. It's funny. If I can find the cartoon, I would have sent it to Brian to show. But the thing is we always did more covers. And we did cause some of this because when we do one cover, the books don't sell as well. But it's always about getting more copies on the shelf and having the incentives get more copies on the shelf to have a better chance of getting a reader. That's why we make practically all of our number ones and number twos returnable to make it easier for a retailer to put them on the shelf.
Yeah, there you go.
Amen, brother.
All right,
Nick.
care,
I'll
guys.
talk to you soon, brother.
Hey, Nicky,
Appreciate
thanks
you.
for coming on, brother.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, later, brother.
All right.
One of the good guys, man. And listen, I want to remind everybody that even the good guys have to deal with some crap every once in a while. So let's send some love and thoughts and prayers to Nicky, his fur baby Deja, his cat, his beautiful cat, is going through some rough times, and they're having to deal with that. So. Send some positive thoughts and prayers to Nicky and his family's way for his cat Deja, who he loves dearly. So shout out to him and his wife for that one, man. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, real quick, something that Nick had said and on that thing about Lunar, about Keenspot taking on Lunar. Now, that's not actually accurate. I don't know how I said it, but and me and you have talked about this in private before. It's because Keenspot already has a book over there under a imprint.
Explain that, because they're, and I'll bring up that imprint.
Yeah.
We've talked about that imprint before.
Because as far as I know, and I could be wrong, I am every now and then very, a little bit. I don't know if Lunar's even taking on any independents right now. I think they're like, let Massive handle that. We're not going to do it because they don't have the bandwidth to do it. But anyways, from the very beginning, the way I heard that we were going to get hooked up with Lunar was there's an imprint that Keenspot has, and I'm not sure y'all would probably there
is
it
it Execution Posse Holdings? Yes,
and it's an imprint that Keenspot has, but they don't fully own. It's owned by, I think even Sony's a part of it, and some other people. Or I don't know. I just know what I know. I don't really know everything on that. But that's how Monsters would get over there. So it ain't like Lunar's going, "Oh, Monsters is a good seller. We would like to have it." No, they know of it, but no.
It's kind of. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Dennis. But that's
no. You.
I wanted to make sure because I don't want to give other people hope. Like, hey, they took Mark's book. Why don't they? As far as I know, that's how they would get in over there. And also, as far as I know, Keenspot's still talking to Penguin and still talking to Universal. And if
every
they can
time, every time I hear a Lunar story lately, I imagine the end of Trading Places when Eddie and Aykroyd know that they've cornered the market and everybody's going to buy what they've been hoarding up for the last 10, 15 minutes. And they're just like, sell. Sell. Yeah. It's like they're, if they like you, they become the ultimate gatekeeper in some way. And like I said, they are a retailer. I will never not look at them as an arm of the biggest predatory online retailer the comic industry has ever seen. I can't. I think
Dennis doesn't like Lunar.
You think so?
No. Now I had mentioned this to Brian the other day, and I didn't know. This was some information that I thought I might have read it wrong, but this is from my company and stuff. Is that they were saying that the massive deal, and y'all might know this, Dennis or Jesse, that massive deal was an exclusive that independents cannot go to Lunar, only through Massive.
Right.
And that's what I had heard. And if that's true, that's shocking, because that means, no one gets in unless you're through Massive. And why would Massive give them that deal?
Right. You are correct there. And the fact that in the end, Lunar does all the shipping anyways.
So Jesse or Brian, I just messaged you that post from when I got off of I think it's Route 69 going across Indiana and getting off of Fort Wayne. And lo and behold, I see this giant sign on the side of this building on my way to go visit my mom. And it's Lunar's warehouse. And I walked up there and I took a picture of the front doors. It's Lunar, Discount Comic Book Service, and in-stock trades. It's all under, and you can see how big that warehouse is. It's not that big.
Oh,
It's
all I
just
can
big
see
and-
is just the Lunar distribution. This right here.
Yeah, and then go to the 2 more pictures past that
Okay, hold on here.
is the front door.
My 2 least favorite people in the comic industry. Ugh.
And I just want to dispel any rumors that no, Discount Comic Book Service is totally not Lunar.
Okay, here we go.
So that's Lunar. That's the warehouse. That was just ironic that it was right next door to a place that had a diamond logo. And that's their front doors.
Yep.
Ain't DCSB Discount?
I mean, it doesn't get, all of that is housed right inside that building. It doesn't get much more married than that. So everybody who thinks Dennis is just crazy and hating on Discount Comic Book Service, there's a reason. It's all under one roof.
Yeah.
And all those comics go in the back door and they go to one side to go out to Emmett and anybody dumb enough to give them money, and anything that's left over is in that same room and goes right over. Somebody in the chat, I think it was John Horn, was like, yeah, there's 3 books available at Discount Comic Book Service that his retailer is not allowed to reorder from Lunar.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. Keep in mind, I don't foresee as a business, I don't want to make too many final decisions until this bankruptcy is done and they see who comes into the dance.
Yeah, I would never sign an exclusive deal with anyone right now or anything, because, man, you don't know. It could be the best thing that happens here mid-April or May that you're like, whoa.
I said it on this show. I said it on this show 3 or 4 weeks ago. There will be a 4th person come into this, and it was confirmed tonight by Nicky Barrucci that there is somebody who wants to take over the low-end distribution from Diamond, and that person will probably pop up here before April or right after April, and we will have a 4th player in this business.
So what is this thing with Whatnot now? The whole not
Massive.
Whatnot, Massive. So are they going to have to do the printing, and they're not shipping? Lunar's going to do the shipping. Then why do they need
printing?
Right. So why does Massive have to be there?
Because they're using
they're
Massive.
another middleman.
They're the door to get into Lunar, because otherwise you can't.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that, but so we had was it Michael?
Michael Colero.
Emmett was on with them.
Colero.
Yeah.
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 Last week.
Explained it.
And
Yeah.
He explained it. I'm not 100%, but I'm around 80 to 90. That they had a relationship with Whatnot. It was to get, somebody had a foot in the door at Diamond, and it was the other foot that wanted to get Ninja Funk in there, and that's how that happened. And then they were going to do heavy metal somewhat together, and I think that kind of split. Now, Massive has stepped forward and said, hey, all you smaller guys that are panicking right now, why don't you come over here? We'll distribute you like we distribute all these other guys. I forget who it was, but it was somebody who in the chat who understood. I think it was Tom. Tom was in the chat.
They were doing
saying,
Sumerian too. But
I think it was Tom in the chat that said, look, $500 to be distributed is way cheaper than Image. would do on a creator. Was that you, Tom, that was saying that in the chat?
Yeah.
So I started
the printing.
I watched that episode again. And I do think Massive will probably have an option to take over printing for some of these guys that don't have the printer quality that Massive has.
Yeah, well, they should do it anyway because bulk printing will bring the cost down for everybody.
Exactly. So it's an interesting proposal, but like Mark just said and like Jesse just said, if you sign an exclusive deal with Massive right now without knowing who this fourth guy is coming in, or the fifth guy or the sixth guy, I mean, hell, Friendly Franks could come back for all we know. You know,
yeah, an exclusive deal is not the way you want to do this. I mean,
No.
it's you know, if Diamond collapses and there's no other options, then you can deal with it. But right now, you need to sort of take a breath and sort of ride the wave until we get real answers with Diamond.
Does someone know if that deal though that you do with Massive? Somebody was saying to me that it's not even just like a year; it's like forever. It's like you're signing your distribution's rights for perpetuity. I don't know. I didn't read that. I haven't
find that
seen the
very
contract.
hard to believe.
That
yeah,
that
would be major cojones level.
But think about this. It's actually shocking to me that they have the exclusive of independents over there.
Yeah.
Right. No one else can bring their onboard people that way. And if you want in Lunar, you have to go through Massive if you're an independent.
There's got to be
shocking
something, right? Because there's business-wise, it doesn't make sense to have this middleman.
Right.
If Lunar's going to do all of it anyway,
something there we don't see. It's some kind of percentage that Massive doesn't. I mean, Lunar doesn't want to deal with, and they're like, "Hey, Massive, if you want to deal with it," or maybe it's Massive saying, "Look, we'll stay with you guys, but we want this deal so we can onboard these other people and make." This is the same thing as those Mary Kay or something, right? Where you bring on other people.
Pyramid scheme.
Okay, I'll make money.
Pyramid
You don't
scheme.
even have to do anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't. Something sounds odd to me. But
so
think
maybe
about
you're
this.
paying them $500, and Lunar's also paying them money, and all they're doing is just signing people up.
Well, and it's not even the $500 to list your book. You're also giving them the percentage and comp copies as well. And here's why I say that the thing is longer term than you think, because here's the thing. Say Tom goes over there and does it. Tom has a huge hit. He discovers in 3 months. Tom goes, nah, I'm going over here. I'm getting a better deal going over here. They're like, no, you can't. So you're going to have to either sign it for a very long period or forever. I don't know. I haven't seen the contract. I haven't seen the fine print on it, but this is what someone was telling me about it. And that red flags went up for me. I was like, oh man, I don't want to do nothing forever. So it's just interesting. It might just be a year deal, but even then, like you said, someone else might come along in 2 months. But I know it's an exclusive over there. You can't have your book go somewhere else, as far as I read.
Well,
Like
there's somebody else is coming along. There's 30 people interested. There's somebody going to come along.
Yeah.
Maybe it's going to be Whatnot and Massive. Who knows?
Yeah, and it just takes one person who's not in the comic book industry who does massive shipping already, who does distribution for whatever is it, cassette tapes. It doesn't matter, DVDs. It's going to take someone to come in who has to reinvent a company from A to Z. They can't use the Diamond name, right? They have to create a new name. Most likely they have to move their warehouses to someplace cheaper. You got 168 employees over at Diamond. I don't think a new company's going to come in and pick up 168 same people, because those same people can't call people that might not want to talk to those people anymore. Yeah. So I think the new person comes in is then be innovative. Tom, here's a question for you. You right now are just pretty much all Kickstarters, right? So
everything we do is direct to customer.
Yeah. So why would you take direct to customer and go back to the old ways? Does that make sense to you anyway?
Yeah, I mean, what I've always said about Diamond, as I did it on my own for 4 years, and then I did it with Aspen for 3 years. What I learned was not just Diamond itself, but the whole industry. There's unless you're selling a shitload of books, there's no money there. So you have to use it. You have to be aware that it's a marketing expense, and you have to use that as, okay, look, it's going to cost me $5,000 to make this book, put it into Diamond. If I can get $5,000 back, I can do that over and over and over again. And it's a marketing expense. It puts the book in front of a lot of eyeballs in a much easier sense than trying to do it on social media and Comic Cons and whatever. It's just, hey, here's a book, send it to Diamond. They send it to the stores. We get a check. That's the way it should work. And when we were with Diamond, that's the way it did work. And it was fine for us. But sales numbers are at a point for most indie publishers that, maybe they're selling a couple thousand units. They're not making money on that. So it's being used as a marketing expense. It's being used as trying to get the property in front of Hollywood and eyeballs. Like, hey, we have a comic. It's out there. Go get it. Hopefully a producer will pick it up off the rack or whatever. And that's fine. But that's what it has to be. You have to understand that is, odds are, unless you get yourself into somewhere like Image Comics, but even then, they have books that sell, 6,000-7,000 units. It's not a big deal. You have to treat it as a marketing expense to then turn it into, hey, by the way, we do Kickstarter, we do cons, we're on eBay, we do live shows, we do all these other sales channels in addition to, that.
Mark doesn't know how close to the mark he actually is on this. Tom, you were through Diamond for 7 years, roughly, right?
Yep.
How many times did you guys have to write a check to be in Previews magazine?
Never, unless we wanted to do an advertisement.
Right. Didn't you do a couple advertisements?
We did a few. Yeah, we did a few.
But what I'm saying is how much?
So at the time, and this would have been 15 years ago now, we did a strip down the side. So it's like a quarter page or something. I want to say that was like, oh my God, a long time ago. Around $1,000-ish, something like that. And then if we wanted something bigger, obviously it just gets bigger, Yep. Yeah. And so they would never, the one thing that always frustrated us is they never would let us, once we had enough titles, because we had 3 or 4 or 5 titles going on at the same time, they would never let us become a big dog page and design the page. I was like, we'll do it. We'll make it. We'll send it to you. And they're like, no. You're not Zenoscope. You're not Aspen. You're not any of these guys. I'm like, I got books on the Diamond Top 300. What are you talking about?
Gatekeepers.
And they would never let us do it. And so that was the only thing with Diamond that ever frustrated me. So.
But the thing is if you wanted to buy a full page.
Oh, sure.
Like some of those guys, you could have paid them $5,000 for a full page, put your 4 titles on those 4 pages, and then the retailer a couple pages later would see the actual solicit pages.
Correct.
That you were in there for free on.
Correct.
And how many did they ever push you? Like, hey, Tom, we can put all 4 of these titles on a full page for you. It's only cost $5,000.
We were never pushed.
Okay.
They would ask because we had done it before. They'd be like, "Do you want to do another one? We can do this. We can do that." And we decided, So they even offered us one time to be on the spine of the catalog. But at that point, I was like, I don't know that anybody looks at this catalog at all anymore.
No.
So I was like, thank you, but I'm going to pass on that.
The point of Diamond carrying all of those small publishers in the back. Yes. The general gist is we love all comics and we're going to put as many people in this, except for we have a gatekeeping organization of retailers that decides yes or no on whoever wants to be in there. So first of all, you got a level. Second level is, will they buy ads? Will they, did you ever set up at a Diamond Retailer Summit?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so, but every one of those publishers might buy a spot at a Diamond Retailer Summit.
Sure.
Yeah. And that starts at about $5,000 for just, hey, we'll allow you to pass out a free comic to these 500 retailers and it costs $5,000.
Yeah.
Oh, would you like to talk for 5 minutes on stage during lunch? That's a $10,000 spot. Oh, would you like to have 15 minutes? Oh, that's $40,000 to $50,000. Would you like to sponsor the lunch? Okay, that's 25. All of this was a giant pyramid scheme, Mark, to get as many people in the back that would spend money after money to try to get at the retailer who they already had captured. Right, Jesse?
Yep.
So don't think
It's
that
like
it's
on
100%.
eBay when they offer you the thing at the top, like, hey, spend $2 more and we'll put it at the very top.
Yeah. And
I mean,
$4 more, we'll give you a whole nother line to put extra words in.
Yes.
It is a giant pyramid scheme, and it's, like I said, it's all falling down around everybody. It'll thankfully, I don't think Lunar and Penguin Random House are greedy enough to try to do this, but then we're finding out they don't even want the smaller guys. They only want somebody to take over those smaller guys so they don't have to deal with them, and that's massive.
Well, I think that they're also looking at what's happening at Diamond by having all those small guys as well. So I think if you have a blueprint and you see it not being done at one place, now there's other issues, but the big thing is, well, I got to ship 2 books to this store, 1 to over here, 3 to here. That becomes a big issue. It's just like if you're at an Amazon distribution center. I mean, they put little walking things on how many steps you take.
Yep.
How many stuff you ship out within a couple of minutes.
And we're talking, Jesse, let's just break this down. A $4 comic book is a $2 wholesale. Any distributor that's out there is only going to make a 15% profit margin on selling and distributing that comic book. Am I right, Tom?
No, less than that. They're going to get Diamond was 10% and Linear is 12%.
Okay, but 15 to 10%.
About 15, yeah.
Okay, that's 20 to 30 cents total for that one comic book. A retailer that buys that one comic book, and I'm sorry, I don't know if you've ever broken down hourly, employee value, but if you're paying an employee $15 an hour to walk around a warehouse for, an hour picking and pulling all of these books, every book is 30 cents. Add that up. That does not qualify into profit. That's 3 cents to make a penny level genius, profit margins.
Oh, it's huge volume though, dude. Listen, they've been around forever. That's how they made their money. They made some money on storage fees and stuff too, but
but the thing is, they did it. You're right, they did it, but they did it when they had Marvel, DC, Image, when they had all these guys. Now, when you lose all of that monster volume, now you're just dealing with the leftovers, basically.
You're not allowed to say monster when Mark Spears is in the show.
I got that copyrighted.
Yeah. Tom,
pay Mark a nickel right now.
Pay my nickel. Yeah, go ahead.
Tom, didn't you say you went to a Diamond warehouse?
Yeah.
Can you
I went
tell
to the
us
Mississippi
about that?
warehouse.
Okay.
Yeah, the Mississippi warehouse was a prison, basically. Everything was, I was blown away. When you walk in, everything was you get a locker, I guess, when you come in. So if you have a jacket or whatever, so that's all like basically Red Dawn, when they had all the dudes behind the fence, like this is Red Dawn zone of the lockers. And then when you go in, it's immense. I mean, the pallets are just stacked to the ceiling. But you didn't have any sense of like cohesion or we understand what we're doing, like let's go do our job. It was just like people were just everywhere, just milling around doing stuff. And then you're hiring people that don't understand what the comics are, and that's why you end up with all the damages, because they're just like grabbing stacks like throwing it in a box, and they're even picking up by the spine side. That's really the problem. If you're on the other side, it's not a big deal, but they don't understand, like, pick it up by this side. So it was just a disaster all around. I don't know what the rest of the warehouses look like, but that was the Mississippi one.
Well, that's the only one left. And when I worked at McDonald's 30 some years ago, they made us watch a 30-minute video on just how to make fries. And every single step of that Fry production was, and almost everybody understood that. I think if they took 30 minutes and go, hi guys, this is a comic book. There's dozens of creators who help put this out into the world, and there's 1,200 retailers that are hoping to get this book in decent condition. We'd like you to pick these books up like this, and we'd like you to put them in the box like this. You know, just any sort of video, but they don't have anything like that. I offered to make it for them 10 years ago. I went to school for video production. Nope, we're not interested in that. We don't have time to show people videos on how to do their job.
Yeah, sure.
Wow. Well, listen, you guys, 4-hour show tonight. I want to say thank you to everybody. This was a great show.
Yeah, but it's the 50th show. You got to do 5 hours.
You're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here.
Well,
We had a great
I think
show.
I think Mark's going to do a Huckster comic book coming soon. So look for that.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, the Hulkster.
Hulkamania, running wild.
Yeah. All right. So here's what we got coming up. Wednesday night show tomorrow night. Collector show. We'll be talking about all market report. We'll have a market report, collectibles market report. We'll be talking about new comic book day and all that fun. So come hang out with us tomorrow night, Wednesday night. Thursday night, I'll be back on Whatnot. We'll have a nice big Whatnot sale, and we got some fun stuff to talk about to announce soon with Whatnot and Captain America, the new movie coming this weekend. So be on the lookout for that. Friday night, back to the House of Stein Hot 10. Saturday night, Modern Comic Mayhem. Sunday night, back for round 2 on eBay Live. So make sure you guys come give us a follow. We'll be dual streaming as much of this as possible. And then make sure you guys go check out all these guys on the panel. You'll be able to find all their information in the link in the description if you're catching this on the rewind. And again, thank you to Nick Barrucci for jumping on and dropping a ton of information.
Yeah.
That was absolutely amazing. Go check out Jesse James Comics, Binge Bar Network, and Comic Book Shopping Network. He'll be live on eBay every night for the next 10 years. Go check out Dennis's shops in the Mall of Monroe, where you can find just a great nostalgia. Go check out Haven for Heroes, Emmett's shop up in Port Jarvis, New York. And then, of course, make sure you guys check out Tom's books that he puts out in multiple different ways. But what is the plan for that going forward, Tom, with Antarctic Press and everything? Have you been updated on anything?
At this point, they're still just in the waiting game. They just want to see what's happening. We had a book that they pushed back because of all of this. They're like, the only thing we're doing right now is we're pushing everything kind of back a month. And I was like, that's fine. But they said as soon as there's a decision made as far as Diamond goes, they'll tell all of us. Ben has said that they have options that they're not really going into detail about right now. And I know he did talk about Massive a little bit. He was interested in what that all entailed, but as of right now, it's all holding pattern.
Okay. All right. Do you have any plans for any new crowdfunding projects anytime soon?
Yeah. So 15 years of Big Dog Inc. is this year in 2025, specifically Critter, which we just wrapped, and Penny for Your Soul, which is the first book we ever launched back in 2010. We bring it back in March. March 8th, we'll be launching the next Penny for Your Soul series.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So you guys be on the lookout for Big Dog Inc. and everything they do. And then, of course, Mark Spears and Monsters. You guys know, hottest creator in comics as of right now, and you can't go anywhere without hearing his name. So we don't need to give him any more production.
And I've got a new video dropping tomorrow. Check it out on Wonder World Comics.
Wonder World Comics. You'll find that link in the description below as well on YouTube. So
yeah, and just so you know, Mark, how people are buying your books right now through Diamond is not I need a 2A or a 3C or whatever. They are just saying, send me what you got.
Yep.
That is where it is freaking crazy. I buy a lot of books, and when the guys are like, "Hey, someone beat your order," I mean, it is crazy. So we are trying to keep up with that buzz. So congratulations on that. That rarely happens when a retailer says, "Just send me what you got."
Yep.
Amen.
That's
Amen.
awesome to
So
hear.
we'll make sure you guys all on the panel stick around. We'll be right back. And then to everybody else that is watching this, sub up if you're not subbed up. Hit that like button. If you can support Beyond
Hit that
Wednesdays,
like
there is
button.
a membership down below, and it's very easy to check out. And for all the members who are currently members, there's some really cool stuff coming. Really cool stuff's coming. So we'll keep you updated on that. Adios, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow night. Peace.